If you enjoyed this podcast, please consider liking, sharing, and subscribing to the channel. Sharing it with your friends and family helps spread knowledge. And when we help others grow, we grow too. Thank you so much for listening. Let's dive into the podcast. Chapter 1. Chapter 1. Introduction and Significance, Part 1. Purpose of Srimad Bhagavata. Sage Vyasa created this great book called Srimad Bhagavata Purana. This is the same wise man who wrote the Mahabharata and arranged all the Vedas. After finishing all his other works, Vyasa still felt sad and incomplete. His teacher, sage Narada, told him he needed to write about the pure devotion to Lord Krishna. So Vyasa composed this holy book to satisfy his soul. The Bhagavata Purana is the most sacred among all 18 Puranas. It tells the complete story of God and how people can love and serve him. This book is like the ripe fruit of all knowledge. Just as a ripe mango is sweet and perfect, this scripture contains the sweetest wisdom. People everywhere respect and love this book. Kings and common people, learned scholars and simple devotees all find peace in its words. In temples and homes, devotees read these stories daily. The book has special power to clean the heart and bring joy to anyone who hears it. The main teaching of Bhagavata is bhakti, which means pure love and devotion to God. This love is not ordinary love like we have for family or friends. This is love without any selfish desire. When someone develops this pure love, they become free from all suffering and reach God directly. Other spiritual paths require many difficult practices. Some people try to gain knowledge through study. Others practice yoga and meditation. Some perform rituals and ceremonies. But bhakti is easier and more effective than all other methods. Even a simple person can develop this love and reach the highest goal. The book shows that God is not far away or hard to reach. He lives in every heart and responds to sincere love. When devotees call his names with true feeling, he comes to them. When they think of his beautiful form, he reveals himself. When they serve him with love, he accepts their service gladly. Bhagavata teaches that everything in creation belongs to God. He is the source of all power, beauty, and joy. Nothing exists without his energy. But he is also personal and loving. He plays with his devotees like a friend. He protects them like a father. He loves them more than they can imagine. This scripture removes ignorance and brings light to the mind. It destroys sins and purifies the heart. It gives strength to face difficulties and wisdom to understand life's purpose. Most importantly, it awakens the natural love for God that sleeps in every soul. The Bhagavata Purana stands as the crown jewel among all sacred texts. Its words carry divine power to transform anyone who approaches with faith and sincere desire for truth. Part 2. Structure and Divisions. The Srimad Bhagavata Purana contains 12 cantos. Each canto is like a book that tells different parts of the great story. Together, these 12 cantos have 335 chapters that teach divine wisdom through sacred tales. The first canto introduces the purpose of this scripture. It tells how sage Vyasa wrote this holy book to help people find God. The second canto explains how the universe was created and describes the forms of the Supreme Lord. The third canto describes how Lord Vishnu takes different forms to protect and teach humanity. The fourth canto tells stories of great kings and devotees. It shows how good people live and how God helps them. The fifth canto teaches about creation and the different worlds that exist. The sixth canto tells about demons and how the Lord defeats evil. The seventh canto focuses on Prahlada, a young boy who loved God completely. Even when his demon father tried to kill him, God protected Prahlada. The eighth canto describes how the gods and demons churned the ocean to get nectar. It shows God's power to help good people. The ninth canto tells stories of holy kings and their families. It shows how rulers should live to serve God and their people. The 10th canto is the most important. It tells the complete story of Lord Krishna's life on earth. This canto is longer than all others because Krishna's story contains the highest teachings. The 11th canto describes Krishna's final teachings before leaving earth. He explains the highest knowledge to his friend Uddhava. The 12th canto tells what happens after Krishna leaves and how this scripture will help people in future ages. Each canto follows a devotional framework. The stories teach that loving God is the highest goal of life. They show that God comes to earth in different forms to help his devotees. The cosmic scope covers everything from the creation of the universe to the personal relationship between God and individual souls. Every chapter contains prayers, teachings, and stories that inspire devotion. The text explains that hearing these stories with faith purifies the heart. It teaches that remembering God's names and activities brings peace and joy. The 12 cantos work together like parts of a perfect whole. They guide readers from basic understanding to deep love for God. Each story connects to the larger message that God is both the creator of everything and the closest friend of every soul. The structure makes complex spiritual truths simple through stories that touch the heart. This careful arrangement helps readers grow in wisdom and devotion as they progress through each canto. Part 3. Invocation and Praise. I bow down to the Supreme Lord, who is the source of all existence. You are the one who creates, maintains, and destroys all worlds. You are beyond time and space, yet you live in every heart. You are the eternal truth that never changes. O Lord Vishnu, you take many forms to help your devotees. You appear as Rama, Krishna, and many other divine beings. You come to earth whenever goodness decreases and evil grows strong. Your love for your devotees knows no limits. I praise Lord Krishna, who played as a child in Vrindavan. You lifted the great mountain to protect the people from storms. You danced with the village girls and played sweet music on your flute. You spoke the highest wisdom to Arjuna on the battlefield. You showed your universal form that contains all creation. This sacred Bhagavata Purana is like a bright lamp in the darkness of ignorance. It removes all fear and sorrow from those who read it with faith. This book is the ripened fruit of the tree of Vedic knowledge. It gives the sweetest taste of divine love to hungry souls. Those who hear these holy stories become pure in heart. Their minds turn away from temporary pleasures toward eternal joy. The names and activities of God described here wash away all sins. Even the most fallen person can achieve salvation through hearing these accounts. This Purana is especially powerful in this dark age when people live short lives filled with troubles. Regular study of these verses brings peace, wisdom, and strong devotion. The stories touch the heart and awaken love for God that was always present within. Learned sages have declared that among all spiritual practices, hearing about God's activities is the most beneficial. This book contains the essence of all Vedic teachings presented in beautiful stories. It shows how ordinary people achieve the highest spiritual goal through simple devotion. The power of these words transforms listeners completely. Doubts disappear and faith grows strong. The mind becomes steady and focused on the Supreme Lord. Material attachments naturally fall away as divine love increases. I offer respectful prayers to all the great devotees whose stories appear in this text. Their examples inspire us to follow the path of devotion. Their lives prove that anyone can reach the highest spiritual destination, regardless of birth or social position. May this sacred Purana bring blessings to all who approach it with reverence and an open heart. Part 4. Creation of the Universe. Before this material world appeared, there was only the Supreme Being. Nothing else existed except the Eternal Lord, who remains beyond time and space. This supreme reality contains all possibilities within itself. like a great seed holding countless trees. The Lord is complete in every way and needs nothing to add to his perfection. From this one divine source, everything that exists comes forth. The cosmic creation begins when the Lord decides to manifest the material universe. Through his own power, he expands himself into three aspects for creation: maintenance and destruction. The first expansion becomes Brahma, the creator god. The second becomes Vishnu, the maintainer. The third becomes Shiva, the destroyer. These three work together under the direction of the Supreme Lord to manage all cosmic affairs. When the time comes for creation, the Lord first manifests the basic elements from his own being. From his divine body emerge space, air, fire, water, and earth in that order. Each element contains the qualities of those before it, plus one additional quality. Space has only sound. Air has sound and touch. Fire adds sight to sound and touch. Water includes taste, along with the previous three. Earth contains all five qualities of smell, taste, sight, touch, and sound. These five elements combine in countless ways to form the physical universe. The Lord then creates subtle matter, from which all living beings receive their minds and intelligence. Both gross matter and subtle matter exist only because the Supreme Being wills them into existence. Without his constant presence, nothing could continue to exist, even for a moment. Brahma receives the power and knowledge to create all varieties of life. The Lord enters Brahma's heart and gives him complete understanding of how to design the universe. Brahma then creates the different planets, stars, and living beings according to divine instruction. Every creature receives a body suited to its particular level of consciousness and past actions. The entire cosmic manifestation serves one purpose. It gives individual souls the opportunity to remember their eternal relationship with the Supreme Lord. Some souls turn toward the divine and gradually return to their original spiritual nature. Others become more entangled in material activities and must continue taking birth in various bodies until they choose to seek the Lord. This process of creation, maintenance, and destruction repeats endlessly. The material universe appears and disappears like waves on the ocean, but the Supreme Being remains constant throughout all changes. Understanding this truth helps sincere souls focus on the eternal rather than the temporary and move steadily towards spiritual perfection. Part 5. Nature of the Supreme Reality. The Supreme Being exists beyond all time and space. This divine reality has no beginning and no end. All things come from this source and return to this source. The Supreme Lord is complete in every way and needs nothing from creation. This eternal being is both far away and very close. The Lord exists everywhere at once, but cannot be fully understood by the limited mind. All worlds and all beings exist within the Supreme Reality, like jewelry exists within gold. Yet the Lord remains separate from creation, just as fire remains different from the wood it burns. The Supreme Being has unlimited good qualities. This divine nature is full of knowledge, full of joy, and full of existence itself. The Lord knows everything that was, everything that is, and everything that will be. Nothing remains hidden from this perfect awareness. All power belongs to the Supreme Reality. The Lord can do anything without effort. Creating countless worlds requires no struggle. Maintaining all life happens naturally. Even destroying the universe takes no energy from the inexhaustible divine source. This Supreme Being is the shelter of all souls. Every living creature depends completely on this divine support. Without this connection, no one could exist, even for a moment. The Lord protects all beings like a father protects his children. The supreme reality appears in many forms, but remains one truth. Sometimes, the Lord comes to earth as different beings to help devoted souls. These appearances are not ordinary births, but divine choices to show mercy. Each form reveals different aspects of the same eternal nature. The Supreme Being dwells in the heart of every creature. This divine presence watches all thoughts and actions. The Lord knows each soul better than the soul knows itself. Through this inner connection, sincere seekers can develop direct relationship with their eternal source. All sacred sounds and holy names refer to this one supreme reality. Hearing these names with faith brings immediate spiritual benefit. The Lord's names contain the same power as the Lord Himself. Even unknowing repetition of divine names creates good results. This Supreme Being is the goal of all spiritual practice. Prayer, meditation, and good works all point toward this divine reality. Those who understand this truth direct all activities as service to the Lord. This conscious connection transforms ordinary life into spiritual progress. The supreme reality remains forever beyond complete description. Words can only point toward this infinite truth, but never capture its full nature. Only through devotion and grace can souls experience direct knowledge of their eternal divine source. Part 6. Role of Devotion. The path of devotion stands as the highest way to reach God. The Bhagavata Purana teaches that love for the divine surpasses all other spiritual methods. This sacred text shows that pure devotion leads directly to freedom from the cycle of birth and death. Three main paths exist for spiritual seekers. The path of knowledge seeks to understand the true nature of reality through study and meditation. The path of action performs righteous duties without attachment to results. The path of devotion offers the heart completely to God through love and surrender. Among these three ways, devotion holds the supreme position. Knowledge can be difficult for ordinary people to grasp. Action requires careful attention to complex rules and duties. But devotion opens its doors to everyone, regardless of birth, education, or social position. The devotee simply loves God with a pure heart. This love grows through hearing the Lord's names and stories. Singing divine songs and chanting holy names increases this sacred affection. Service to God and His devotees purifies the soul completely. Even those who cannot study scriptures or perform elaborate rituals can practice devotion. A sincere heart matters more than scholarly learning. Simple faith surpasses complicated philosophy. Pure love for God removes all barriers and difficulties. The Bhagavata explains that devotion works faster than other methods. Knowledge may take many lifetimes to perfect. Righteous action requires careful practice over long periods. But intense devotion can grant liberation in a single lifetime. This sacred love transforms the devotee completely. Fear disappears when one trusts fully in divine protection. Selfish desires fade as love for God grows stronger. The devoted soul finds peace that worldly pleasures cannot provide. Devotion also brings joy that never ends. Material happiness depends on external conditions that constantly change. Divine love creates happiness that comes from within and never leaves. This inner joy remains steady through all life's ups and downs. The Lord responds specially to His devotees' love. While He remains neutral toward those who ignore Him, He actively helps those who surrender to Him. Divine grace flows abundantly toward sincere hearts that offer themselves completely. Through devotion, ordinary people achieve what great scholars and accomplished yogis struggle to attain. The cowherd girls of Vrindavan reach the highest spiritual state through pure love alone. Their simple devotion pleased Krishna more than all learned prayers and rituals. This teaching shows God's infinite mercy. He does not favor the educated over the simple or the wealthy over the poor. Every soul can approach the divine through sincere devotion. This democratic nature of bhakti makes it the most accessible spiritual path. Part 7. Introduction to major characters. The great sages and holy kings play important parts in telling this divine story. These wise men and good rulers help spread the teachings of God to all people. Sage Narada stands as the greatest messenger of devotion. He travels through all the worlds, carrying his musical instrument called the Veena. This holy sage serves Lord Vishnu with complete love and dedication. Narada appears wherever people need spiritual guidance. He teaches kings about their duties and helps common people find the path to God. His pure devotion makes him able to see the Lord directly. Through his travels and teachings, Narada spreads the glory of the divine name everywhere. King Parikshit holds a special place in this sacred text. He was the grandson of the great warrior Arjuna. When Parikshit was still in his mother's womb, a powerful weapon threatened to kill him. Lord Krishna saved the unborn child through his divine protection. This early blessing made Parikshit devoted to Krishna from birth. As king, Parikshit ruled with great wisdom and devotion. He protected good people and punished those who did wrong. The king followed dharma in all his actions. He treated his subjects like his own children. Under his rule, people lived happily and peacefully. One day, a sage cursed King Parikshit to die from a snake bite within 7 days. Instead of becoming angry or afraid, the king accepted this as God's will. He gave up his kingdom and went to the banks of the holy river Ganges. There he decided to spend his remaining days hearing about the glories of Lord Krishna. Many great sages gathered around the king during his final week. Among them was sage Shuka, the son of Vyasa, who composed this Purana. Shuka possessed complete knowledge of all scriptures and perfect devotion to God. He had achieved liberation from birth and death through his spiritual practices. King Parikshit asked Shuka to tell him about the Supreme Lord. He wanted to know how to remember God at the time of death. The king also requested stories about Krishna's divine activities on earth. Sage Shuka began narrating the Bhagavata Purana in response to these sincere questions. He spoke continuously for 7 days and nights. The king listened with complete attention, forgetting hunger, thirst, and sleep. Other important sages include Vyasa, who received this knowledge through divine inspiration. Brahma, the creator god, first heard these stories from Lord Vishnu himself. This chain of teaching from teacher to student preserves the pure wisdom. These holy personalities show how both renunciation and worldly duty can lead to God when done with devotion. Whether living as a wandering sage like Narada or ruling as a king like Parikshit, sincere love for the divine remains the essential requirement for spiritual success. Part 8. Connection to Vedic literature. The Srimad Bhagavata Purana stands as the final and most complete work among all sacred Vedic texts. Where the 4 Vedas present complex rituals and hymns, this Purana makes divine knowledge simple and accessible to all people. The Upanishads speak of the formless Brahman, but here we see that same truth appearing as the personal Lord Krishna, full of beauty and love. This sacred book completes what the Mahabharata began. While that great epic shows dharma through stories of war and duty, the Bhagavata reveals the highest dharma as pure love for God. The 18 Puranas each glorify different aspects of the divine, but this one presents the complete truth about the Supreme Person in his most charming form. The Bhagavad Gita teaches that God can be reached through knowledge, action, or devotion. The Bhagavata declares that devotion surpasses all other paths. Where other scriptures describe various gods and goddesses, this text reveals that all divine forms emerge from the one source, Lord Krishna. Ancient Vedic sacrifices required complex procedures and expensive materials. The Bhagavata shows that simply hearing and chanting the names and stories of the Lord achieves the same results. The difficult practices prescribed in other texts become easy through devotional service. This Purana transforms the abstract philosophy found in other Vedic works into living examples. Instead of discussing the nature of the soul, we see how devotees like Prahlada maintain their spiritual identity despite severe trials. Rather than explaining detachment through reasoning, we witness how the cowherd boys of Vrindavan played with Krishna while experiencing perfect spiritual joy. The four Vedas primarily address the three modes of material nature and gradual spiritual elevation. The Bhagavata transcends these modes entirely, focusing on the spiritual realm where the Lord enjoys eternal pastimes with his devotees. This represents the ultimate goal that other scriptures point toward but rarely describe in detail. Where other texts emphasize rules and regulations, this Purana emphasizes spontaneous love. The strict prescriptions found elsewhere become unnecessary when the heart is filled with genuine affection for the Supreme. The complex philosophical arguments presented in various schools of thought find their resolution in the simple truth that God is a person who desires loving relationships with all souls. The Bhagavata serves as the natural commentary on the Vedanta Sutras, revealing their devotional essence. It presents the same eternal truths found throughout Vedic literature, but does so through stories that touch the heart, rather than arguments that convince the mind. This makes it the most accessible and transformative of all sacred texts. Chapter 2. Cosmology and Creation Part 1. The Cosmic Waters and Prakriti. In the beginning, before all things came to be, there existed only the Supreme Lord in his own nature. There was no sky, no earth, no directions, no light, no darkness. There was no time, no space, no cause, no effect. Only the one eternal being existed in perfect stillness. From this Supreme Being came forth the cosmic waters. These waters were vast and endless, filled with the power of creation. Within these waters lay sleeping all the potential forms and beings that would later come into existence. The waters were both matter and energy, both visible and invisible, both moving and still. The Lord entered these cosmic waters as the first creator. He lay down upon the waters like one who rests upon a bed. From his breathing, from his very presence, the waters began to stir with life. This was the beginning of time itself. From the cosmic waters arose the first substance called Prakriti. Prakriti is the primordial matter from which all things are made. It is neither created nor destroyed, but exists eternally. It has three qualities within it. The first quality brings goodness, purity, and light. The second brings passion, activity, and movement. The third brings darkness, heaviness, and inertia. These three qualities of Prakriti began to mix and combine in countless ways. Sometimes one quality would be stronger, sometimes another. From their mixing came forth all the different forms we see in creation. When goodness is strongest, there is peace and wisdom. When passion rules, there is desire and action. When darkness prevails, there is confusion and sleep. The cosmic waters themselves became the space in which all creation would unfold. They provided the foundation and the substance. Everything that exists has come from these waters and will return to them at the end of time. The Lord, though remaining unchanged himself, caused his energy to move through Prakriti. This divine energy is like the soul within a body. It gives life and consciousness to matter. Without this energy, Prakriti remains inactive, like clay before the potter shapes it. From this first stirring of divine energy in Prakriti came the subtle elements. First arose sound, then touch, then form, then taste, then smell. Each element contained all the previous ones within it. From these subtle elements came the gross elements of space, air, fire, water, and earth. The cosmic waters thus became the womb of all creation. Within them, all possibilities existed. From them would emerge countless worlds, countless beings, countless forms of life. Yet the waters themselves remained pure and unchanged. just as the Supreme Lord remains pure though he creates through his energy. This is how creation began from the cosmic waters and primordial matter, through the will and energy of the one Supreme Being. Part 2. Form and Functions of Brahma. From the cosmic waters filled with divine energy, the Supreme Lord decided to create. First, he entered the waters through his glance. His glance carried the power to create all living beings. The waters became fertile through his divine touch. Within the golden cosmic egg that formed in the waters, the first created being took shape. This being was Brahma, the creator god. The Lord placed Brahma inside this egg and gave him the power to create the universe. Brahma woke up within the egg, surrounded by darkness. He did not know where he was or what his purpose might be. Brahma tried to understand his situation. He looked in all directions but saw only darkness. He wondered about his own identity. Who was he? Where did he come from? What was his duty? These questions troubled his mind. He sat in meditation for many years, trying to find answers. The Supreme Lord then spoke to Brahma from within his heart. The Lord told him to create the universe. But Brahma felt confused and afraid. How could he create when he himself did not understand creation? The Lord guided him to perform severe penance. Brahma meditated for thousands of years. Through this meditation, he gained the knowledge and power needed for creation. The Lord granted Brahma 4 faces so he could see in all directions. He gave him 4 arms to perform the work of creation. Brahma received the sacred knowledge of the Vedas. This knowledge contained all the laws and principles needed to create and maintain the universe. The Lord also gave him the power to create through his mind and speech. However, Brahma's power had limits. He could create, but he could not create life itself. Only the Supreme Lord could give the spark of life to living beings. Brahma could shape bodies and forms, but the Lord had to enter them as the soul. Brahma also could not create independently. He had to follow the divine plan already existing in the Lord's mind. Brahma's position was like that of an artist working with materials provided by another. He received the elements, the energy, and the design from the Supreme Lord. His job was to arrange these according to the cosmic plan. Divine plan. He was actually the Lord's instrument for creation. The Lord made Brahma understand that creation happens in cycles. Each cycle would last billions of years. At the end of each cycle, everything would dissolve back into the cosmic waters. Then creation would begin again with a new Brahma. This showed Brahma that even his position was temporary. Brahma accepted his role with humility. He understood that true power belongs only to the Supreme Lord. His duty was to serve the divine will through the act of creation. With this understanding, he began his work of creating the universe and all its beings. Part 3. Evolution of the universe. Brahma began the work of creation by first bringing forth the basic elements. From the cosmic waters came space. Space spread everywhere and became the foundation for all things to exist. From space came air. Air began to move and carry life-giving breath. From air came fire. Fire brought light and heat to warm the creation. From fire came water in its pure form. This water was different from the cosmic waters. It flowed and nourished. From water came earth. Earth became solid and gave a place for living beings to dwell. These 5 elements mixed together in countless ways. They formed the materials needed for planets, stars, and all physical things. The elements also created subtle forms that could not be seen but were still real. These subtle forms became the foundation for minds, senses, and consciousness. Next, Brahma created the cosmic egg called Brahmanda. Inside this egg, the entire universe would take shape. The egg contained all the materials and forces needed for creation. It floated in the cosmic waters while creation continued inside. Within the cosmic egg, Brahma formed the 14 planetary systems. 7 systems were placed above the middle realm. 7 systems were placed below. Each system had its own purpose and inhabitants. The highest systems were filled with light and joy. The middle systems became the home for humans and similar beings. The lower systems were darker and more difficult places to live. Brahma then created time itself. Time would measure the length of days, months, years, and ages. Time would also control when things were born, when they grew, and when they would end. Without time, nothing could change or develop properly. The Creator next brought forth the different types of bodies that living beings would inhabit. He made bodies for gods, humans, animals, plants, and many other forms of life. Each type of body was designed for specific experiences and purposes. Into these bodies, Brahma placed the eternal souls. These souls came from the Supreme Lord and were part of his divine nature. The souls would experience life through their bodies while learning important lessons. Brahma also created the forces that would govern how creation worked. He established the laws that controlled how elements combined. He set up the principles that determined how living beings would be born into different situations based on their past actions. Through all this work, Brahma remained conscious that he was only the instrument. The real creative power came from the Supreme Lord, who guided every step of the process. Part 4. The Lord's avatars in creation. During the process of creation, the Supreme Lord Vishnu manifested himself in different forms to guide and protect the work of creation. These special forms are called avatars. Avatar means when the Divine Lord comes down to help creation in a special way. When the cosmic waters first appeared, Lord Vishnu rested on the great serpent Ananta. From his navel grew a lotus flower. On this lotus, Brahma was born to begin the work of creation. This was the first way the Lord helped creation start properly. The Lord entered into everything that was being created. He became present in all matter and energy. He entered into time itself. He became present in all the elements that Brahma was using to build the universe. Without the Lord's presence, nothing could exist or function. As different parts of creation took shape, the Lord manifested in ways that were needed. When the planets were formed, he became present in each world to maintain them. When different types of living beings were created, he entered into their hearts as the inner guide. The Lord also took forms to teach important truths. He appeared to give knowledge about how creation works. He showed the proper way for living beings to act. He established the principles that would help souls grow spiritually. These manifestations were not separate from the Lord's original form. They were the same divine being, appearing in different ways as needed. Each avatar carried the full power of the Supreme Lord. Each one could do whatever was necessary for creation's welfare. The avatars also served to connect the material creation with the spiritual realm. Through these forms, the pure spiritual energy of the Lord entered into the physical universe. This made it possible for souls to eventually return to their spiritual home. When difficulties arose during creation, the Lord's avatars provided solutions. They removed obstacles that prevented proper development. They protected good influences and controlled harmful forces. They ensured that creation would develop according to the divine plan. The concept of avatar shows the Lord's infinite compassion. He does not remain distant from his creation. Instead, he personally involves himself to ensure everything develops properly. He guides creation from within, while also appearing in specific forms when special help is needed. These divine interventions continue throughout all of creation's existence. Whenever creation needs guidance or protection, the Lord manifests appropriately. This shows that the Supreme Lord actively cares for everything he has created and ensures it reaches its highest potential. Part 5. Time and Cycles. The Supreme Lord creates not only the universe, but also time itself. Time moves in great cycles that repeat again and again. These cycles are called yugas. There are 4 different yugas in each complete cycle. The first age is called Satya Yuga or Krita Yuga. This is the golden age when people live in complete truth and righteousness. People in this age are naturally good and pure. They live very long lives, sometimes for many thousands of years. There is no disease, no suffering, and no evil. Everyone follows Dharma perfectly without any effort. They are naturally devoted to the Supreme Lord. This age lasts for 4,800,000 years. The second age is Treta Yuga. In this age, righteousness begins to decrease slightly. People are still good, but they must make some effort to follow Dharma. This is when great sacrifices and rituals become important. People live for many centuries, but not as long as before. Some difficulties begin to appear, but life is still mostly peaceful and prosperous. This age lasts for 3,600,000 years. The third age is Dvapara Yuga. Here, righteousness decreases to half of what it was in the Golden Age. People must work harder to maintain goodness. Knowledge becomes divided into many parts. The sacred Vedas are arranged into different sections because people can no longer remember everything perfectly. Wars and conflicts begin to appear. People live for only a few hundred years. This age lasts for 2,400,000 years. The fourth and last age is Kali Yuga, the age of darkness. This is when we live now. Righteousness almost disappears. People become selfish, angry, and dishonest. They forget the Supreme Lord and become attached only to material things. Disease, suffering, and conflict become common. People live very short lives compared to earlier ages. Truth becomes rare and falsehood spreads everywhere. This age lasts for 1,200,000 years. After Kali Yuga ends, the cycle begins again with a new Satya Yuga. This pattern continues forever. One complete cycle of all 4 yugas is called a Maha Yuga. 1,000 Maha Yugas make one day of Brahma. When Brahma's day ends, there is a night of equal length when all creation rests. The Supreme Lord controls all these time cycles. He ensures that creation follows this pattern perfectly. Even though Kali Yuga seems dark and difficult, it serves the divine purpose. Through these cycles, all souls get opportunities to learn and grow spiritually according to their needs and abilities. Part 6. The role of the sages. The sages hold special places in maintaining the order of creation. They receive divine knowledge directly from the Supreme Lord. These wise beings help keep the universe running properly through their prayers, sacrifices, and teachings. When creation begins, the Lord first creates the great sages from his mind. These sages are called Prajapatis, which means lords of all beings. They have the power to create and guide all living things. The 7 great sages, known as Saptarishis, always exist in every cycle of creation. They carry the sacred knowledge from one creation to the next. The sages perform yagnas, which are sacred fire sacrifices. These ceremonies please the gods and help maintain balance in nature. When sages offer prayers and make offerings, the rains come on time. The seasons change properly. The sun and moon move in their correct paths. Without these sacrifices, the natural order would become disturbed. The sages also preserve the Vedas, which contain all divine knowledge. They pass this wisdom to worthy students through careful teaching. They make sure the sacred sounds and meanings stay pure. The Vedas tell people how to live righteously and how to worship the Supreme Lord properly. When darkness and ignorance increase, the sages work harder to restore light and knowledge. They teach kings how to rule justly. They guide people back to righteous behavior. They remind everyone about their duties according to their position in life. The great sage Narada travels throughout all the worlds. He carries divine messages and inspires devotion wherever he goes. Sage Vyasa organizes the Vedas and writes the Puranas so people can understand spiritual truths. Sage Vashishta guides kings and teaches them proper governance. The sages can see past, present, and future through their spiritual powers. They warn people about coming dangers and guide them towards safety. They bless those who seek knowledge sincerely. They curse those who harm innocent people or disrespect divine law. The Lord himself takes care of the sages. He protects them so they can continue their important work. When demons trouble the sages, the Lord destroys those demons. When sages need anything for their spiritual practices, the Lord provides it. The sages live very simply. They eat only what they need. They wear simple clothes. They spend their time in prayer, study, and helping others. They show everyone that happiness comes from spiritual wisdom, not from material possessions. Through their pure lives and constant devotion, the sages create positive energy that benefits the entire universe. Their presence makes sacred places powerful. Their blessings remove obstacles and bring peace. They serve as bridges between the divine realm and the material world, ensuring that divine wisdom reaches all who need it. Part 7. The Dimensions of Reality. Beyond the material world we see, exists countless planes of reality. These realms stretch from the highest spiritual worlds to the lowest material regions. Each plane has its own nature, its own beings, and its own purpose in creation. The 14 main worlds form the basic structure of existence. 7 worlds exist above the earth plane. 7 worlds exist below it. Each world has different qualities and different types of beings living there. The highest realms are pure spiritual worlds. These are called Vaikuntha planes. Here, souls exist in their original spiritual forms. They experience eternal happiness and perfect knowledge. No suffering exists in these realms. No birth, death, old age, or disease touches the beings there. They serve the Supreme Lord with pure love and devotion. Below the highest spiritual worlds are the heavenly planes. These include Brahmaloka, the world of the Creator. Here live great sages and perfected beings. They possess tremendous powers and live for very long periods. They enjoy great happiness, but this happiness is temporary. When their good works are finished, they must return to lower worlds. The middle worlds include many different realms. Some are inhabited by demigods who control various aspects of nature. Others house spirits, celestial beings, and advanced humans. Each realm reflects the consciousness and actions of those who live there. Our Earth exists in the middle of all these worlds. Here, human beings have the special opportunity to choose their spiritual path. They can rise to higher realms through good actions and devotion. They can also fall to lower worlds through selfish and harmful behavior. Below the earth plane exist the hellish regions. These are places of suffering where beings go to pay for their wrong actions. The suffering there serves to purify them so they can eventually return to better worlds. Even these painful experiences have a purpose in the divine plan. Each soul moves through different realms based on their consciousness and actions. Those who live righteously and serve others move upward. Those who harm others and act selfishly move downward. This movement continues until the soul reaches perfect spiritual understanding. The wise understand that all these worlds are temporary. Even the highest material heavens eventually end. Only the spiritual realms beyond material creation are eternal. Therefore, the goal of life is to develop pure love for the Supreme Lord and return to the eternal spiritual world. All these dimensions of reality work together in perfect harmony. They provide exactly the right experiences for each soul's spiritual development. Through this system, every being eventually learns the truth about their spiritual nature and returns to their original home with God. Part 8. The Moral and Spiritual Order. The moral and spiritual order. The Supreme Lord has established perfect order in all creation through Dharma. This divine law governs every action and every result in the universe. Dharma is the eternal principle that maintains balance and justice throughout all worlds. Every living being must act according to their nature and position. The Lord has given each soul specific duties based on their spiritual development. When beings follow their dharma, they progress toward divine realization. When they ignore these sacred duties, they create suffering for themselves and others. Karma is the law that ensures every action produces its proper result. No deed ever goes unnoticed by the Supreme Lord. Good actions bring happiness and spiritual advancement. Wrong actions bring pain and delay spiritual progress. This system works perfectly across all time and space. The effects of karma extend beyond single lifetimes. Actions performed in one life create the conditions for future births. Souls are born into circumstances that match their previous deeds exactly. A person who lived righteously receives a better birth. One who acted wrongly faces difficulties until they learn proper behavior. This cosmic justice operates on every level of creation. Individual karma affects personal destiny. Collective karma influences entire societies and planets. The Lord oversees this system with perfect wisdom and compassion. He ensures that each soul receives exactly what they need for spiritual growth. Dharma varies according to time, place, and circumstance, but its essence remains constant. Truth, mercy, cleanliness, and self-control form the foundation of righteous living. These principles apply to all beings in all worlds. By following these divine laws, souls gradually purify their consciousness. The Lord Himself demonstrates perfect Dharma through His actions. His avatars appear whenever righteousness declines in the universe. They restore proper order and teach divine principles to confused souls. Their examples show how to live according to eternal spiritual values. Wise sages understand that Dharma leads to the highest good. Following divine law brings immediate peace and ultimate liberation. Those who rebel against cosmic order create endless problems for themselves. The universe itself supports those who live righteously and opposes those who act against divine will. The goal of all dharmic action is to develop pure love for the Supreme Lord. When souls act without selfish desire, offering all results to God, they become free from karmic bondage. This is the highest spiritual achievement and the true purpose of cosmic moral order. Chapter 3. Chapter 3. Teachings of Sage Narada. Part 1. Meeting with Vyasa. Narada reached the place where the great sage Vyasa lived. Vyasa sat quietly by the river, deep in thought. His face showed signs of worry and sadness. When Narada approached, Vyasa stood up and welcomed him with great respect. Narada said, "O wise Vyasa, you have done so much good work. You divided the Vedas so people could understand them better. You wrote the great story of the Mahabharata. You gave knowledge to all people, yet I see sadness in your eyes. What troubles you, great sage?" Vyasa replied, "O Narada, you speak the truth. I have written many books and taught many people, but my heart feels empty. Even after all this work, I do not feel peace. Something is missing, but I do not know what it is." Narada smiled gently and said, "The reason for your sadness is clear to me. You have written about many things, but you have not written enough about the Lord's pure devotion. You have described duty and knowledge, but the sweetest stories of God's love have been left out. People need to hear about the Lord's divine play," Narada continued. "They need stories that fill their hearts with love for God. Knowledge alone cannot satisfy the soul. The heart wants to love and be loved. Only pure devotion to the Supreme Lord can give real peace. Vyasa listened carefully. He knew Narada spoke the truth. The sage realized that all his learning meant nothing without love for God. Books about duty and rules could not touch the heart the way stories of divine love could. Narada went on. Write about the Lord's childhood games. Tell how he danced and played. Show his mercy and kindness. Describe how he loves his devotees and how they love him back. These stories will purify people's hearts and minds. When people hear about God's love, they forget their worries. Their hearts become clean. They start to love others and see God everywhere. This is the path that leads to real happiness, Narada said. Vyasa felt a great change in his heart. The sadness began to leave him. He understood now what his life's work should be. He would write the beautiful stories of the Lord that would bring joy to all people. Thank you, divine Narada, Vyasa said. You have shown me the true path. I will now write the Bhagavata Purana, filled with stories of pure love and devotion to the Supreme Lord. Part 2. Devotion versus Knowledge. Narada continued speaking to sage Vyasa with great kindness. Listen carefully, O wise one. Many people think that learning all the sacred texts and doing many rituals will bring them close to God. They study the Vedas for years. They perform fire sacrifices and follow strict rules. They believe this knowledge will give them what they seek. But I tell you the truth. Knowledge alone cannot take you to the Lord. Rituals alone cannot give you peace. A person may know all the scriptures by heart. He may perform 1,000 ceremonies, yet his heart may still be empty and sad. The real path is different. It is the path of pure love and devotion. When a person loves God with his whole heart, that love is more powerful than all knowledge. When someone thinks of the Lord with true feelings, God comes running to him, like a mother runs to her child. See how simple people, who cannot even read, find the Lord easily. They sing his names with love. They cry when they remember his beauty. They serve others thinking they serve God. Their hearts are full of joy because their love is true. A learned man may argue about God for hours, but a simple devotee feels God in his heart every moment. The learned man's head is full of thoughts. The devotee's heart is full of love. This does not mean learning is bad. Study is good when it leads to devotion. Knowledge helps when it makes love grow. But when learning makes a person proud, it becomes a wall between him and God. When rituals become just habits without feeling, they lose their power. True devotion means thinking of God with a pure heart. It means serving him because you love him, not because you want something. It means seeing his hand in everything that happens. It means feeling his presence in all living things. The person who has real devotion does not need to show off his knowledge. He does not need to prove he is holy. His love itself proves everything. Others feel peace just by being near him. His simple words touch hearts more than clever speeches. God loves such devotees most. He protects them like his own children. He gives them everything they need. Most important, he gives them himself. This gift is greater than all treasures. So remember this always. Fill your writings with stories that wake up love in people's hearts. Show them how devotion is greater than dry learning. Help them find the joy that comes from loving God with everything they have. Part 3. Philosophy of Bhakti. Now hear about Bhakti itself. Narada said to Vyasa, "What is this devotion that I speak of so highly? It is not something you must learn from books. It comes from the heart. It grows when you think of God with pure love. True Bhakti has 9 parts. First is hearing about God's names and stories. Second is singing his praise. Third is remembering him always. Fourth is serving his feet with respect. Fifth is worshiping him properly. Sixth is bowing down to him. Seventh is being his servant. Eighth is being his friend. Ninth is giving everything to him completely. You do not need to practice all 9 ways. Even one way done with full heart will bring you to God. But hearing his stories is the easiest path. When you hear with faith, love grows by itself. Like fire spreads when it touches dry wood, devotion spreads when it touches a ready heart. What makes bhakti different from other paths? Other ways have goals you must reach. In bhakti, the practice itself is the goal. When you love God, you do not want anything else. You do not even want freedom from this world. You only want to keep loving him more. The devotee thinks this way: I do not want to be one with God. I want to stay separate so I can love him. I do not want his powers. I want to serve him. I do not want his throne. I want to sit at his feet. This love makes the devotee happy in all situations. When trouble comes, he thinks, my Lord is teaching me something. When good things happen, he thinks, my Lord is being kind to me. He sees God's hand in everything. Such devotion has great power. It cleans the heart of all bad thoughts. It removes fear and anger. It brings peace that nothing can disturb. The devotee becomes like a clear lake. Others can see their true face when they look at him. God cannot resist such pure love. He becomes the servant of his devotee. He runs to help when his lover calls. He forgets he is the great Lord. He acts like a simple friend. This is why bhakti is the highest path. Other ways make you work hard for many lives. Bhakti can take you to God in one life. Other ways depend on your strength. Bhakti depends on God's mercy, and his mercy has no limits. So practice this devotion, dear Vyasa. Let your heart melt with love for the Supreme Lord. Write words that will make others feel this same melting. Show them how sweet it is to surrender everything to God. This is the message the world needs to hear. Part 4. The mystical nature of the Lord. Now listen, great sage, to what this Supreme Lord is truly like. He is beyond all things we can see and touch. He has no beginning and no end. He is not born and he does not die. He is the source of everything that exists. All worlds come from him and return to him. The Lord has no form, yet he takes many forms. He has no qualities, yet all good qualities live in him. He is smaller than the smallest thing, yet bigger than the biggest thing. He is closer to you than your own breath, yet he is farther than the farthest star. He knows everything that has happened, everything that is happening, and everything that will happen. Nothing is hidden from him. He sees the thoughts in every heart. He counts every grain of sand and every drop of water. Yet he acts as if he knows nothing when he plays with his devotees. The Lord is the most powerful being, yet he becomes weak before love. Kings bow to him, yet he bows to his devotees. He creates the whole universe in a moment, yet he cannot create devotion in a heart. That must come freely from the soul. He is always happy and always peaceful. Nothing can disturb him or make him angry. He has no desires because he already has everything. He needs nothing from anyone, yet he accepts even a simple leaf offered with love. The Lord appears in many colors and forms. Sometimes he is blue, like a dark cloud. Sometimes he shines like gold. Sometimes he looks like a small child. Sometimes he appears as a great warrior. But in truth, he is beyond all colors and forms. He speaks all languages but needs no words to communicate. He can be present in many places at the same time. He can make himself as light as air or as heavy as a mountain. All powers belong to him, yet he uses them only for good. The Lord is like fire that gives light and warmth, but never burns his true devotees. He is like water that cleanses everything it touches. He is like space that holds everything, but is not affected by anything. Most amazing of all, this great Lord becomes the servant of those who serve him with pure love. He forgets his own greatness when he sees sincere devotion, This is the sweet mystery of God. He who rules everything allows love to rule over him. This is the nature of your Lord, O Vyasa. Write about him in this way. Show the world that God is both the most powerful and the most loving. Show them that he can be reached, not by force or cleverness, but only by a heart full of devotion. Part 5. The Path to Liberation. Now listen, O great sage, to how one can reach true freedom and peace. The path to liberation is not difficult when you understand it clearly, but it requires complete surrender to God. First, you must give up all pride in your own power. Many people think they can save themselves through their own efforts. They perform many rituals and study many books. But without surrendering to God, these actions only increase their ego. The wise person knows that God alone can grant liberation. Second, you must offer all your actions to God. Do not work for personal gain or glory. When you eat, offer the food to God first. When you work, do this service to God. When you speak, let your words please God. In this way, all your daily activities become worship. Third, you must develop complete trust in God's will. Sometimes good things happen, sometimes bad things happen. The devotee accepts both equally, knowing that God gives what is best for the soul. Do not complain when difficulties come. Do not become proud when success comes. See God's hand in everything. Fourth, you must practice constant remembrance of God. Keep God's name on your lips and in your heart. Whether walking or sitting, working or resting, remember God. This remembrance will purify your mind and remove all fear. Fifth, you must serve God's devotees with humility. Those who love God are very dear to him. By serving them, you serve God directly. Listen to their words with respect. Help them when they need help. Never criticize or judge them. Sixth, you must give up attachment to material things. Wealth, family, and position are temporary. They come and go like clouds in the sky. The soul is eternal and needs only God. Use material things when necessary, but do not let them control your heart. Most important of all is complete surrender. This means offering your very self to God. Say to God, I am yours completely. My body, mind, and soul belong to you. Do with me as you wish. I have no separate will from yours. When you surrender like this, God takes full responsibility for you. He removes all your sins from past lives. He protects you from all dangers. He guides you on the right path. Finally, he brings you to his eternal home, where there is no more birth and death. This surrender is not weakness, but the greatest strength. It is not losing yourself, but finding your true self. The soul's real nature is to serve God with love. When you accept this, you become truly free. Part 6. Stories and Parables. There was once a man who had great wealth, spoke sage Narada to Vyasa. He built many beautiful homes and filled them with gold and precious stones. He had thousands of servants and ate the finest food every day. Yet, he was never happy. One night, he had a dream. In this dream, he became a poor man with torn clothes and no food. He begged on the streets and slept under trees. Rain fell on him and he shivered in the cold. When he woke up, he was confused. Which life was real, the rich man or the poor man? Then he understood. Both lives were dreams. The soul is beyond rich and poor. It is beyond pleasure and pain. The wise person knows this truth and finds peace. Listen to another story. A bird lived in a golden cage. The cage was beautiful with precious gems. Every day the bird received sweet nectar and the best fruits. But the bird was sad because it could not fly free in the sky. The owner loved the bird and said, "Why are you unhappy? You have everything here." The bird replied, "My nature is to fly in the open sky. These golden bars cannot give me joy." The owner then understood and opened the cage door. The bird flew away, singing with happiness. The soul is like this bird. The body is like the golden cage. Material pleasures are like the sweet nectar, but the soul's nature is to be with God. Until it returns to God, it cannot find true joy. Here is one more teaching story. A man lost his ring in his dark house. Instead of lighting a lamp inside, he went outside and searched under the streetlight. People asked him, "Why do you search here when you lost it inside?" He said, "Because the light is better here." This man acts foolishly, but we do the same thing. We lose our peace inside our hearts, yet we search for happiness in the outside world. We look in money, fame, and relationships. But real happiness is found only inside, in connection with God. A mother had 2 sons. One son always stayed home and served her with love. The other son went far away and forgot about her. Both were her children, but she felt more joy with the son who stayed close and served her. God is like this mother. All souls are his children, but he feels special love for those who remember him and serve him with devotion. Such souls receive his grace quickly. These stories teach us the same truth. Look beyond the temporary world. Seek the eternal God. Serve him with pure love. This is the path of wisdom. Part 7. The power of sound and recitation. Sage Narada continued to speak to Vyasa about the power of sacred sound. "Listen carefully," he said. "The holy names of God carry divine power within them. When you speak these names with faith, they purify your heart and mind. Sound is not ordinary when it comes from the Supreme Lord. His names are not different from him. When you chant his names, you are directly touching God himself. This is a great secret that many people do not understand. The name Krishna means the all-attractive one. When you say this name, Krishna comes to live in your voice and in your heart. The name Rama brings peace to all who speak it. These are not just words. They are living forms of God." Narada explained more about this sacred practice. When you hear these holy names, your soul becomes clean. Past sins melt away like ice in fire. The mind that was restless becomes calm. The heart that was hard becomes soft with love. You must chant with attention and respect. Do not speak the names while thinking about other things. Give your full mind to the sound. Let the names fill your being completely. This is true meditation. Even if you cannot concentrate perfectly, still continue chanting. The names have power even when spoken by a distracted mind. But when spoken with full devotion, they work miracles in your life. The sage taught about hearing as well. Listening to God's names is as powerful as speaking them. When holy people chant and you listen carefully, the same divine energy enters your heart. This is why devotees gather together to sing God's praise. The ears are doors to the soul. When sacred sounds enter through these doors, they clean the house of your heart. They remove darkness and bring light. They remove fear and bring courage. Those who regularly chant and hear these holy names develop love for God naturally. Their minds turn away from temporary pleasures and seek only the eternal truth. They find peace in all situations. They see God everywhere. This practice is simple but very powerful. It requires no special learning or complicated methods. A child can do it. An old person can do it. Rich or poor, learned or simple, all can benefit from chanting God's names. Make this your daily practice. Let the holy names become your constant companions. In joy and sorrow, in success and failure, keep chanting. The names will guide you safely to God's feet. Part 8. Narada as Divine Messenger. Narada moves freely through all the worlds, carrying God's message wherever he goes. He travels from the highest heavens to the earth below. The Devas in heaven listen to his words. Kings and common people on earth receive his guidance. Even in the lower worlds, souls hear his divine teachings. Wherever Narada appears, spiritual awakening follows. He speaks to those who are ready to hear. Some listen with open hearts and change their lives completely. Others resist his words because they are attached to worldly pleasures. But his message always plants seeds of devotion in every heart he touches. Narada teaches that God lives in every being. He shows people how to see the divine presence in all creatures. When he speaks to the proud, he humbles them with gentle wisdom. When he meets the suffering, he gives them hope and comfort. His words have the power to transform any soul. The sage appears at the right time in people's lives. When someone is ready for spiritual growth, Narada arrives to guide them. He does not come by accident. The Lord sends him to those who need his help most. His timing is always perfect, according to divine will. Sometimes, Narada's teachings create difficulties in people's lives. This happens because spiritual growth often requires leaving old patterns behind. A person might lose interest in wealth after hearing Narada's words. A king might want to give up his throne to serve God. Families sometimes become upset when their loved ones choose the spiritual path. These changes seem painful at first, but they lead to true happiness. Narada knows that temporary disturbance brings lasting peace. He accepts responsibility for the troubles his teachings may cause. He understands that growth requires leaving comfort behind. Narada's influence spreads far beyond his direct meetings with people. Those who receive his teachings share them with others. One person's transformation affects their family and friends. The divine message spreads like ripples in water, reaching souls across the universe. The sage never forces anyone to accept his words. He simply presents the truth and allows each soul to choose their response. Free will remains sacred, even in spiritual matters. But once someone truly hears Narada's message, their heart begins its journey back to God. Through Narada's constant travels and teachings, the Lord maintains connection with all souls. No one remains forgotten or unreachable. The divine messenger ensures that every being receives the opportunity to remember their true nature and return home to God. Chapter 4. Chapter 4. Birth of King Parikshit, Part 1. Context of Parikshit's birth. The Great War of Kurukshetra had ended. The earth was soaked with the blood of warriors from both sides. The Pandava brothers had won the war, but victory came with heavy sorrow. Most of their family line had died in the terrible battle. Arjuna's son Abhimanyu had fallen in the war when he was still very young. He left behind his wife, Uttara, who carried his child in her womb. This unborn child was the only hope left for the Pandava family to continue. Uttara belonged to the royal house of Virata. She was pure and devoted to Dharma. During the last days of the war, she stayed in the palace with the other women, praying for the safety of all warriors. When news came that her husband Abhimanyu had died, Uttara's grief knew no bounds. She wept day and night, thinking of her young husband who would never return. The child in her womb was all she had left of him, but greater danger was yet to come. Ashwatthama, son of Dronacharya, burned with revenge after his father's death. In his anger, he decided to end the Pandava line forever. He obtained a divine weapon of terrible power and aimed it at Uttara's womb while she slept. This weapon could destroy any living being it touched. As it moved toward the unborn child, death seemed certain. The baby had no way to protect itself from such divine force. The weapon struck the child in the womb. The baby died instantly from its power. All hope seemed lost. The Pandava family would end with no heir to carry on their noble blood. But Lord Krishna, who sees all things, knew what had happened. He could not let the innocent child die for the sins of others. The Lord who protects his devotees decided to act. With his divine power, Krishna brought life back to the dead child. The baby's heart began to beat again. Breath returned to his small body. What seemed impossible became real through the Lord's mercy. Because this child saw Lord Krishna's divine form while still in the womb, he would be called Parikshit, meaning one who examines or one who tests. He had looked upon the Supreme Lord himself before taking birth. Uttara felt the child move within her again. Joy replaced her sorrow. The Pandava line would continue through this blessed child. The family that had served Dharma would not end in darkness. When the time came, Parikshit was born healthy and strong. His birth brought happiness to all who had survived the Great War. The child who had died and lived again would grow to become a great king. Part 2. Divine Intervention. When Parikshit was born, the gods in heaven rejoiced. They knew this child would bring peace to the earth. Lord Vishnu himself had saved the baby in the womb. This was a sign of great things to come. The wise sages gathered to bless the newborn prince. They saw divine marks on his small body. These signs showed he would become a righteous ruler. The holy men chanted sacred prayers over him. Their blessings filled the air with power. Sage Vyasa, who had written the Mahabharata, came to see the child. He looked at Parikshit with knowing eyes. The sage blessed him with wisdom and strength. He said the boy would protect Dharma on earth. Other great sages also came. Each one gave special blessings. They said he would be brave like his grandfather Arjuna. He would be just like Yudhishthira. The child would combine the best qualities of all the Pandavas. Strange and wonderful signs appeared at his birth. The sky became bright and clear. Sweet fragrance filled the palace. Flowers fell from heaven without any wind. The cows gave more milk than usual. The birds sang beautiful songs. All of nature celebrated the birth of this special child. The gods sent messages through these signs. They showed that Parikshit was blessed from above. He would rule with divine guidance. His reign would bring happiness to good people. Evil would not prosper during his time as king. The family priest performed the birth rituals. He saw auspicious marks on the baby's hands and feet. These showed he would be generous and would walk the path of truth. The priest declared that this child was chosen by the divine. Even the common people noticed the good signs. The day he was born, the sun shone brightly. There was no storm or trouble anywhere in the kingdom. The rivers flowed peacefully. The winds were gentle and cool. Krishna, who was still on earth at that time, blessed the child personally. The Supreme Lord placed his hand on the baby's head. This blessing was the greatest gift of all. It meant that Parikshit would always have divine protection. The gods in heaven spoke among themselves. They said this child would restore order after the chaos of war. Through him, the teachings of Dharma would spread again. The golden age of righteousness would return to the world. All these divine interventions showed that Parikshit was no ordinary prince. He was chosen by heaven itself to be a great king. The blessings of gods and sages would guide him throughout his life. Part 3. Parikshit's childhood. The blessed child grew under the watchful eyes of his royal family. Queen Uttara raised him with great love and care. The boy showed signs of his divine nature from his earliest days. His grandmother Kunti taught him the sacred stories of their ancestors. She told him about the great heroes of the Kuru dynasty and their noble deeds. King Yudhishthira took special interest in the prince's education. The wise king arranged for the best teachers in the land. Learned Brahmins came to the palace to teach the young prince. They instructed him in the sacred scriptures and the laws of Dharma. The boy learned the Vedas with remarkable speed. His memory was sharp and his understanding was deep. The child's education included the art of warfare. Great warriors who had fought in the Great War became his teachers. They taught him how to use various weapons. The prince learned archery from the masters who had served his grandfather Arjuna. He practiced with the bow and arrow every day. His skill grew quickly, showing the blood of great warriors flowed in his veins. Parikshit also learned the duties of a king. Elder statesmen taught him how to govern wisely. They explained the importance of protecting the people and maintaining justice. The prince understood that a king must serve his subjects with devotion. He learned that royal power comes with great responsibility. During his childhood, many holy men visited the palace. They blessed the young prince and saw his bright future. The sages recognized the divine light within him. They predicted he would become a great protector of Dharma. The child listened carefully to their teachings about spiritual life. The prince showed kindness to all creatures from a young age. He was gentle with servants and respectful to elders. His nature was pure and his heart was filled with compassion. The palace residents loved him dearly. Even the animals seemed drawn to his peaceful presence. As he grew older, Parikshit began to understand his special destiny. The stories of his miraculous birth were told to him. He learned how the divine hand had saved him in his mother's womb. This knowledge filled him with gratitude and reverence for the Supreme Lord. The young prince often spent time in prayer and meditation. He felt a natural connection to the divine. His spiritual inclinations pleased his teachers and family members. They knew that his pure heart would make him not just a good king, but a saintly ruler. Through all his learning and growth, the divine blessings remained strong. The protection that had saved him at birth continued to guide his development. Every aspect of his education prepared him for the great role he would play in restoring righteousness to the world. Part 4. The Legacy of the Kurus. King Parikshit carried within him the noble blood of the Kuru dynasty. His lineage traced back through generations of great warriors and righteous rulers. He was the grandson of Arjuna, the mighty archer and hero of the great war at Kurukshetra. Through his father, Abhimanyu, the brave warrior who died young in battle, Parikshit inherited the courage and righteousness of the Pandava brothers. The Kuru family had ruled the earth for many generations before the Great War. They were descendants of King Bharata, after whom the land was named Bharatavarsha. The family line included many noble kings who protected Dharma and served their subjects with devotion. Each generation had produced rulers who upheld justice and followed the sacred duties of kingship. During the terrible war of Kurukshetra, most of the Kuru dynasty was destroyed. The 100 sons of Dhritarashtra, known as the Kauravas, all died in the 18-day battle. The 5 Pandava brothers survived, but they too eventually left the world to journey toward the heavens. When they departed, they left behind only young Parikshit to continue the family line. This made Parikshit the sole heir to carry forward the ancient dynasty. Upon his shoulders rested the responsibility of restoring the glory of the Kuru name. He was the bridge between the age of the Great War and the new era that would follow. Through him, the wisdom and righteousness of his ancestors would continue to guide the world. The sages often spoke of how the divine plan worked through this family line. Krishna himself had been closely connected to the Pandavas throughout their lives. The Supreme Lord had guided them through their trials and helped them establish righteousness on earth. Now, through Parikshit, that same divine protection and guidance would continue. The young king understood the weight of his heritage. He knew that the blood of great souls flowed in his veins. His great-grandfather Arjuna had received the sacred teaching of the Bhagavad Gita directly from Lord Krishna. That knowledge and devotion had been passed down through the family. Parikshit felt the presence of his ancestors guiding his thoughts and actions. As he grew into his role as ruler, Parikshit remembered the stories of his forefathers. He learned how they had faced difficult choices and always chosen the path of Dharma. Their examples became his guide as he prepared to rule the kingdom. The legacy of the Kurus lived on through him, ready to serve the world once more. Part 5. Parikshit's character traits. King Parikshit possessed the noble qualities that made him a true ruler of righteousness. From his childhood, he showed courage that never wavered in the face of danger. His heart remained pure and devoted to truth in all matters. He spoke gently to all people, whether they were rich or poor, wise or simple. The young king treated his subjects like his own children. He protected the weak and gave justice to those who suffered wrong. His palace doors remained open to anyone who needed help or guidance. Parikshit never turned away a person in need, no matter how small their problem might seem. In matters of ruling the kingdom, he followed the ancient laws of Dharma. He consulted with wise sages and learned ministers before making important decisions. His judgment was fair and swift. He punished the wicked, but showed mercy to those who truly repented their mistakes. The king never used his power for selfish gain or personal pleasure. Parikshit rose before dawn each day to pray and study the sacred texts. He offered his prayers to the Supreme Lord and asked for wisdom to serve his people well. After his morning prayers, he would meet with his counselors and listen to the concerns of his citizens. He spent long hours ensuring that justice reached every corner of his vast kingdom. The king showed great respect for holy men and learned teachers. He provided generous gifts to temples and supported those who dedicated their lives to spiritual practice. Parikshit understood that a kingdom could only prosper when its people followed righteous paths. His personal habits reflected his noble character. He ate simple food and wore modest clothes despite his royal position. He never indulged in excessive pleasures or wasteful spending. The king practiced self-control in all aspects of his life. His example inspired nobles and common people alike to live with dignity and purpose. Parikshit possessed great physical strength and skill with weapons, as befitted a warrior king. Yet he used force only when necessary to protect the innocent. He preferred peaceful solutions to conflicts whenever possible. His enemies respected him, even as they feared his might in battle. The king's devotion to his royal duties never diminished his love for his family. He was a caring husband and father who taught his children the importance of duty and compassion. Through his example, he ensured that the noble traditions of his lineage would continue through future generations. These virtues made Parikshit beloved by his people and blessed by the gods. His reign brought peace and prosperity to the land, as righteous kings always do when they rule according to divine law. Part 6. Political and Spiritual Context. When King Parikshit began his reign, the world was entering a time of great change. The golden age of righteousness was slowly fading away. The great war of the Mahabharata had ended many years before, but its effects still touched the hearts of people everywhere. The earth had grown weary from the burden of many wicked kings and evil rulers. For too long, demons in human form had ruled over kingdoms, causing suffering to innocent people. The divine powers had worked through the Great War to remove these cruel rulers from the earth. With Parikshit on the throne, a new hope arose among the people. They remembered the glory of his ancestors, the noble Pandavas, who had ruled with justice and compassion. The subjects expected their new king to bring back the same righteousness that had once made their land prosperous and peaceful. The spiritual teachers and wise sages supported the young king. They saw in him the qualities needed to guide people on the right path. The religious ceremonies and sacred rituals had proper protection under his rule. Temples flourished, and learned men could study and teach without fear. However, the age of darkness was approaching slowly. Evil thoughts were beginning to enter the minds of some people. Lying, stealing, and violence were becoming more common. Though still hidden from most eyes, the king's duty became even more important in these changing times. Trade and agriculture prospered under Parikshit's early rule. Merchants could travel safely on the roads without fear of bandits. Farmers worked their fields, knowing their harvest would feed their families. The king's strong army protected the borders from outside enemies who might wish to attack the kingdom. The wise counselors who advised the king understood the challenges ahead. They knew that maintaining righteousness would become harder as time passed. Yet they also knew that a truly righteous king could slow down the coming of darker times through his good rule. Religious festivals brought joy to the people during this period. The sound of temple bells and sacred chants filled the air. Scholars debated the meanings of holy texts in the royal court. Artists created beautiful works to honor the gods and celebrate the king's wise rule. The king himself spent time each day in prayer and meditation. He understood that his power came from divine grace and that he must use it only for the good of his people. This spiritual foundation made his political decisions wise and just. This was the world that welcomed King Parikshit as he took up the sacred duties of kingship, carrying forward the noble traditions of his great lineage. Part 7. Significance in the Purana. King Parikshit holds the most important place in the Bhagavata Purana because his story becomes the doorway through which all divine wisdom flows to the world. The great sage Shuka, son of Vyasa, chose to tell the entire story of Lord Krishna and all the gods to this king alone. When Parikshit learned that he would die in 7 days from a curse, he did not waste time in fear or anger. Instead, he went to the banks of the holy Ganga river and sat there without food or water. He wanted to spend his last days hearing about God and preparing his soul for death. This decision made him the perfect listener for the greatest story ever told. The sages gathered around him, and Shuka began to speak the Bhagavata Purana. Every word of Krishna's life, every teaching about Dharma, every story of divine love was spoken to Parikshit during those 7 days. The Purana teaches us that Parikshit represents the ideal devotee. He had wealth, power, and a kingdom, but when death approached, he chose spiritual wisdom over everything else. He did not try to fight the curse or use his royal power to escape it. He accepted his fate and used his remaining time to hear about the divine. His pure heart and sincere desire to know God made him worthy of receiving this sacred knowledge. Shuka saw that Parikshit's mind was completely focused on spiritual matters. There was no distraction of worldly desires or fears in his heart. Through Parikshit's questions and his deep listening, the entire cosmic story unfolds. His presence as the listener gives structure to the Purana. Every tale of Krishna, every explanation of Dharma, every description of divine play is shared because Parikshit asked to hear it. The Purana shows us that when death comes near, only spiritual knowledge can bring peace. Parikshit's example teaches that true wisdom lies in preparing the soul for its journey beyond this world. His 7 days of listening became the foundation for all future seekers to learn about God. This king's story proves that divine grace comes to those who surrender completely to God's will. Parikshit transformed his curse into a blessing by choosing to spend his final days in devotion and spiritual learning. Part 8. Foreshadowing future events. King Parikshit would become the perfect ruler, blessed by all the gods and loved by his people. Yet the sages knew that even the most righteous kings must face the tests that Dharma places before them. They saw in the stars that great challenges would come to test this noble soul. The wise ones whispered among themselves about what lay ahead. They knew that Parikshit would rule with complete justice and devotion to God. His kingdom would prosper and his people would live in peace. But they also saw that his very righteousness would lead him toward a destiny that no earthly power could change. The sages understood that this king would one day face a moment when his human nature would overcome his divine wisdom. In that moment of weakness, he would act in a way that would bring a terrible curse upon him. This curse would not come from any enemy or evil force, but from his own actions when anger clouded his judgment. They foresaw that Parikshit would unknowingly offend a great sage who had taken a vow of silence. In his pride and royal anger, the king would place a dead snake around the neck of this holy man. This single act of disrespect toward a devotee would seal his fate completely. The curse that would follow would give him only 7 days to live. But the sages smiled, even as they saw this dark future, for they knew that these 7 days would become the most glorious days in all of human history. In facing death, this king would show the world how a true devotee should prepare for the final journey. They saw that Parikshit would spend those 7 days listening to the greatest spiritual teachings ever spoken. He would hear the complete story of God's divine play on earth. Every word he would hear would become sacred scripture for all future generations. The sages knew that through his curse, Parikshit would receive the greatest blessing possible. His approaching death would become the reason for hearing the most holy teachings about devotion to God. What seemed like punishment would transform into the highest spiritual gift. This king's destiny was thus woven with both triumph and trial. His righteousness would lift him to great heights, but his human weakness would bring him low. Yet in that fall, he would rise higher than ever before, becoming the perfect example of how to face death with complete surrender to the divine will. Chapter 5. Chapter 5. Krishna's Departure and Start of Kali Yuga. Part 1. End of Lord Krishna's Avatar. After completing his divine mission on earth, Lord Krishna prepared to leave his physical form. The time had come for the Supreme Lord to return to his eternal abode. All the signs that the sages had spoken of long ago were now appearing in the world. Krishna sat in meditation beneath a tree in the forest of Prabhasa. His body glowed with divine light even as he prepared to depart. A hunter named Jara, who was moving through the forest, saw what appeared to be a deer resting in the distance. The hunter could not see clearly through the leaves and shadows. Without knowing the true nature of what he was seeing, Jara released his arrow. The arrow struck Krishna's foot, which was the only part of his body that remained vulnerable to earthly harm. This had been ordained long ago as the way Krishna would leave the world. When the hunter came closer and saw what had happened, he fell at Krishna's feet in terror and great sorrow. But Krishna, filled with compassion, blessed the hunter and told him not to fear. "You have done no wrong," Krishna said gently. "This was meant to happen according to divine will." Krishna then left his physical body and returned to his supreme spiritual realm. The earth trembled and the heavens filled with divine sounds as the Lord departed. All of creation felt the change as their beloved protector completed his earthly pastimes. The moment Krishna left the world, the age of Kali Yuga began. This dark age would bring many difficulties to humanity. Truth would become rare, and falsehood would spread everywhere. People would become selfish and forget their duties to God and each other. During Kali Yuga, the natural order would be disturbed. Rulers would become corrupt and steal from their people instead of protecting them. The weather would become harsh and unpredictable. Crops would often fail, and hunger would spread across the land. People's minds would become restless and filled with anger. Families would fight among themselves. Children would not respect their parents. Students would not honor their teachers. The sacred traditions that had guided humanity for ages would be forgotten or ignored. In this difficult time, the simple chanting of God's holy names would become the most powerful spiritual practice. While other forms of worship would become hard to perform correctly, anyone could call upon the Lord through his sacred names and receive his blessings and protection. Though Kali Yuga would bring many challenges, those who remembered Krishna and followed his teachings would find peace and strength. The Lord's divine grace would always be available to sincere souls who sought refuge in him. Part 2. Transition from Dwapara to Kali Yuga. When Lord Krishna left the earth, the age called Dwapara Yuga came to an end. The great wheel of time began to turn, bringing forth a new age known as Kali Yuga. This change did not happen all at once, but slowly the world began to transform. In Dwapara Yuga, people lived long lives and had great strength of body and mind. They could perform difficult spiritual practices and had deep knowledge of the sacred texts. Kings ruled with righteousness and protected their people well. The earth gave abundant crops, and nature provided all that was needed. But as Kali Yuga began, these good qualities started to fade away. The lifespan of human beings became much shorter. Where people once lived for thousands of years, now they would live only 100 years or less. Their physical strength grew weak, and their memory became poor. The power to concentrate the mind, which had been strong in earlier times, now became very limited. People found it hard to focus on spiritual practices for long periods. The great ceremonies and sacrifices that required years of preparation became impossible to perform properly. Knowledge of the sacred scriptures started to disappear. Where once learned teachers passed down perfect wisdom to devoted students, now both teachers and students became less qualified. Many would claim to be wise without true understanding. Righteousness, which had stood firm like a great tree, now began to weaken. Truth, cleanliness, mercy, and self-control would slowly decrease with each passing generation. What people considered normal and acceptable would change, and many wrong things would be seen as right. Kings would no longer protect their subjects like loving fathers. Instead, they would become greedy and cruel, taking from their people instead of giving to them. They would make harsh laws and punish the innocent while letting the guilty go free. The earth itself would become less generous. Rains would not come at the proper times, and crops would often fail. Natural disasters would increase, and places that had been peaceful would know conflict and suffering. Family bonds, which had been sacred and strong, would become weak. Children would not respect their parents, and parents would not properly guide their children. Husbands and wives would not remain faithful to each other, and marriages would break easily. People would become obsessed with material things and forget about spiritual life. They would judge others by their wealth rather than their character. The gap between rich and poor would grow very large, and there would be much envy and hatred between different groups of people. Yet, even in this dark age, the Lord's mercy would remain available. The holy names of God would have special power in Kali Yuga, offering salvation to anyone who called upon them with sincere heart. Part 3. Effects on the world. When Krishna left this world, Dharma began to weaken everywhere. Like a great tree losing its roots, righteousness started to fade from human hearts. People stopped following the sacred laws that had protected society for thousands of years. The 4 pillars of Dharma, truthfulness, mercy, cleanliness, and self-control, began to crumble one by one. In this new age of Kali, lying became common in all places. People would break their promises without shame. They would cheat in business, lie to their families, and speak false words even in courts of justice. Truth became rare like precious jewels, found only in a few noble souls. Mercy disappeared from human hearts. People became cruel to animals, to the poor, and to those who were weak. They would hurt others for small gains and feel no sadness for the pain they caused. The strong would take advantage of the helpless without any guilt. Cleanliness of body and mind was forgotten. People would not bathe properly or keep their homes clean. Their thoughts became dirty with anger, greed, and jealousy. They would eat forbidden foods and drink substances that clouded their minds. Sacred places became polluted, and even temples were not kept pure. Self-control vanished from human behavior. People became slaves to their desires. They would eat too much, sleep too much, and seek pleasure without limits. They could not control their anger or their wants. Like wild animals, they followed only their immediate wishes. Without these 4 supports, society began to fall apart. Kings stopped protecting their people fairly. They would take heavy taxes, but give nothing in return. Some rulers became thieves themselves, stealing from their own citizens. Justice became something that could be bought with money. The caste system, which once helped society function smoothly, became corrupted. People began judging others only by birth, not by their qualities or actions. A person's worth was measured by their wealth, not their character or knowledge. Sacred duties were forgotten, as everyone chased after gold and possessions. Religious practices became hollow rituals without meaning. Priests performed ceremonies only for money, not from devotion. Students stopped respecting their teachers. Parents could not guide their children properly because they themselves had lost the path of righteousness. Yet in this darkness, one bright light remained. The holy names of the Lord gained special power in Kali Yuga. Simply chanting God's names with faith could purify the heart faster than all other spiritual practices combined. This became the greatest mercy for souls trapped in the age of quarrel and confusion. Part 4. Prophecies and Warnings. Before Krishna left this earth, he spoke with the great sages about the future. The Lord knew what would come in the age of Kali. He shared these truths to prepare those who would live in darker times. Krishna told the wise men that in Kali Yuga, the length of human life would become shorter. People would grow weak in body and mind. They would live only 70 to 100 years instead of thousands. The power to remember things would fade. Strength would leave their bodies early. The Lord said that truth would become very rare. People would speak lies as easily as breathing. They would break promises without shame. Marriage vows would mean nothing. Men and women would change partners like changing clothes. Children would not honor their parents. Parents would not care properly for their children. Krishna warned that kings would become thieves. Instead of protecting people, rulers would steal from them. They would take heavy taxes and give nothing back. Justice would depend on who had more money. Courts would favor the rich and punish the poor for the same crimes. The great sage Markandeya saw visions of Kali Yuga. He told of cities where crime would rule the streets. Thieves would live like kings while honest people would suffer in poverty. Holy places would be destroyed or forgotten. Rivers would dry up or become polluted. The earth would give less food even when farmers worked hard. Wise sages predicted that learning would fade away. Schools would close. Books of wisdom would be lost or ignored. People would call themselves teachers without any real knowledge. False prophets would claim to speak for God. They would mislead many souls who were seeking truth. Krishna revealed that in Kali Yuga, the 4 classes of society would mix in wrong ways. Brahmanas would act like laborers. Warriors would become merchants. Everyone would do everyone else's work without proper training or understanding. The Lord also shared hope within these warnings. He promised that devotees who kept faith in Him would receive special protection. Those who chanted His holy names would find peace even in chaotic times. Pure souls would still take birth to guide others back to the right path. Krishna told of future avatars who would come to help humanity. At the end of Kali Yuga, Lord Kalki would appear on a white horse. He would destroy the wicked and restore Dharma once again. The golden age would return after the darkness passed. These prophecies were not meant to create fear, but to give understanding. Knowing what would come, wise people could prepare their hearts and minds for the spiritual journey ahead. Part 5. Change in devotional practices. When Kali Yuga began, the sages saw that old ways of worship would become difficult. The long rituals and complex ceremonies that worked well in earlier ages would be too hard for people to follow. Their minds would become weak and distracted. Their bodies would lack the strength for difficult practices. Their lives would be short and filled with troubles. In Sati Yuga, people could meditate for thousands of years without moving. In Treta Yuga, they could perform great fire sacrifices with perfect knowledge. In Dvapara Yuga, they worshipped through elaborate temple rituals and ceremonies. But in Kali Yuga, none of these paths would be easy to follow. The wise sages declared that chanting the holy names of the Lord would become the main path. This simple practice could give the same results as all the difficult rituals of earlier times. Even a person with little knowledge could chant the names and receive divine grace. The names had the power to purify the heart and remove all sins. People would not need expensive materials or special places to practice devotion. They could chant anywhere, in their homes, while working, or walking on the road. Rich and poor could follow this path equally well. Children could learn it easily. Old people could practice it without strain. The sacred texts would become fewer, and many would be lost. But the essential teachings would remain in simple forms that common people could understand. Stories about the Lord's activities would spread in easy words that everyone could remember and share with others. Prayer would become more important than complex rituals. Sincere calling to God would be valued more than perfect pronunciation of difficult words. Pure intention would matter more than expensive offerings. The Lord would accept even the simplest devotion offered with a clean heart. Holy places would still exist, but people would understand that God lives in the hearts of His devotees. Pilgrimage would be good, but not necessary for salvation. The true temple would be within each person who remembered God with love. Community singing of holy names would bring people together. When groups chanted together, their combined devotion would create great spiritual power. This would help overcome the darkness and confusion of the age. The sages promised that those who followed these simple practices with faith would achieve the same spiritual results as the great yogis of earlier ages. God would be more merciful in Kali Yuga because He would see the difficulties His devotees faced. Part 6. The role of Parikshit in Kali Yuga. When Lord Krishna left the earth, Parikshit was the rightful king. He was the grandson of Arjuna and had been blessed by Krishna himself. Parikshit became ruler just as Kali Yuga began. This was not by chance, but by divine plan. Parikshit was a pure devotee of the Lord. He ruled with dharma and protected his people with great care. Even though the Dark Age had started, his kingdom remained peaceful and prosperous. The people lived without fear. They followed righteousness because their king showed them the way. The king knew that Kali Yuga would bring many troubles. He worked hard to keep evil away from his land. He punished those who harmed others. He supported the Brahmanas and protected the cows. He made sure temples were cared for and that people could worship freely. Parikshit had received the highest spiritual knowledge. He listened to the Bhagavata Purana from sage Shukadev. This happened when he knew his death was near. For 7 days he heard the complete story of Lord Vishnu and his incarnations. The sage told him about devotion, dharma, and the path to liberation. During these 7 days, many other sages came to hear the sacred teachings. They all sat by the river Ganges. The king did not eat or drink. He focused only on hearing about the Lord. His complete surrender and devotion became an example for all future generations. The king's reign showed that even in Kali Yuga, a righteous ruler could create a good kingdom. His protection allowed dharma to continue. The people remained happy and spiritual. This proved that individual effort and divine grace could overcome the effects of the Dark Age. Parikshit's death marked the full beginning of Kali Yuga's influence. While he lived, his spiritual power kept the worst effects away. His kingdom was like a sacred island in an ocean of growing darkness. After his departure, the world would face the complete force of Kali's influence. The story of Parikshit teaches that devotion to God can protect against any evil. His example shows that hearing and speaking about the Lord brings the highest benefit. Even kings must surrender to divine will and seek spiritual knowledge above all worldly power. His reign proved that good leadership comes from spiritual understanding. A ruler who serves God can protect his people from all harm. This divine protection works even when the age itself brings suffering and confusion to the world. Part 7. Preparations for the future. The great sages spoke these words to prepare devotees for the difficult times ahead. When darkness covers the earth, those who remember the Lord's name will find light. In Kali Yuga, simple methods of worship become most powerful. Chanting the holy names brings the same result that meditation brought in earlier ages. The wise ones taught that devotees should gather together often. When good people meet and speak of God, their hearts become strong against evil influences. Regular study of sacred texts protects the mind from false teachings. Daily prayer and worship create a shield around the devotee's life. The sages warned that material knowledge would increase while spiritual wisdom would decrease. People would mistake cleverness for true understanding. In such times, devotees must hold firmly to simple faith. Complicated rituals become impossible in the age of quarrel, but sincere prayer remains always effective. They instructed that charity should focus on supporting those who serve God. Feeding holy persons and maintaining temples brings great merit. Helping others learn about divine truth creates lasting good effects. Even small acts of service, when done with love, please the Supreme Lord. The teachers emphasized patience during times of suffering. When society fails and leaders become corrupt, devotees must remain steady in their practice. Personal spiritual growth becomes more important than trying to change the whole world. By maintaining inner purity, devotees become lights in the darkness. Sacred places would lose their glory, but sincere hearts would become holy places themselves. The Lord resides wherever his devotees remember him with love. Home worship becomes as powerful as temple worship when done with proper devotion. The sages spoke of the power of association with good people. Bad company destroys spiritual progress quickly in Kali Yuga, but spending time with devotees increases faith and determination. Speaking and hearing about God's qualities purifies consciousness completely. They warned against pride in knowledge or spiritual practices. Humility becomes the greatest protection against the influence of the age. Those who think themselves advanced fall easily into delusion. Simple, honest devotion surpasses all scholarly learning. The teachers promised that those who follow these instructions would cross safely through the ocean of difficulties. The Lord's mercy flows especially to those who call upon him in times of trouble. His protection never fails for sincere devotees. These preparations form the foundation for spiritual life in the age of darkness. Following them ensures that divine connection remains strong despite external chaos. Part 8. Conclusion of Divine Pastimes. The time had come for the Lord's earthly pastimes to end. Krishna, having fulfilled his divine mission, prepared to return to his eternal abode. The world had witnessed countless wonders through his presence. Every act, every word, every blessing had served its perfect purpose. The Lord's departure marked more than the end of an avatar. It signaled the completion of divine intervention in its most direct form. Through his life, Krishna had shown the path of righteousness. He had protected the good and destroyed the wicked. He had spoken the eternal truths that would guide humanity for ages to come. His teachings remained as living wisdom. The knowledge he shared with Arjuna on the battlefield would continue to illuminate minds. His demonstrations of love with the devotees would inspire hearts forever. Every story of his compassion would carry seekers toward the divine light. The transition to Kali Yuga brought darkness, but it also brought opportunity. In this age of difficulty, even small acts of devotion carry great merit. The Lord's name becomes more powerful than elaborate rituals. Simple faith surpasses complex ceremonies. Those who remember Krishna's pastimes find strength in the darkest times. The world now faced challenges without the Lord's visible presence. Yet his protection never ceased for those who sought him sincerely. His promise remained eternal. Those who surrender to him need never fear. death itself becomes meaningless for souls absorbed in his service. The divine play had many layers of meaning. On the surface, it appeared as historical events. Deeper understanding revealed cosmic principles at work. The deepest truth showed the Lord's endless love for all beings. Each pastime contained infinite wisdom for those ready to receive it. Krishna's earthly mission established Dharma for future generations. His example showed how divinity expresses itself through perfect human action. His teachings provided maps for spiritual seekers. His love demonstrated the ultimate goal of all existence. The conclusion of these divine pastimes did not mean their end. Stories of Krishna's life continue to transform hearts. His presence remains accessible to sincere devotees. His mercy flows constantly to those who call upon him with genuine longing. The age of darkness had begun, but the light of Krishna's teachings would never fade. His pastimes become more precious as time passes. They serve as constant reminders of divine possibility. They prove that the Supreme Lord never abandons his devotees, regardless of external circumstances. Through remembrance of these divine acts, souls find their way home. The pastimes become boats crossing the ocean of material existence. They transform ordinary consciousness into divine awareness. They make the impossible journey seem simple and natural. Thus conclude the earthly pastimes of the Supreme Lord Krishna, whose divine play continues eternally in the hearts of those who love him. Chapter 6. Chapter 6. Retirement of the Pandavas, Part 1. Reasons for retirement. After ruling the earth with justice and righteousness for many years, the 5 Pandava brothers began to see signs that their time in this world was coming to an end. Yudhishthira, the eldest brother, noticed these divine signals first. Strange and troubling events started happening in their kingdom. The rains stopped falling at the right times. The sun appeared dim and weak. The wind blew in wrong directions. Animals behaved in unusual ways. The earth itself seemed to shake without reason. Yudhishthira understood these were messages from above. He realized that Lord Krishna had already left this earthly plane and returned to his divine home. Without Krishna's presence, the world was losing its balance and peace. The wise king gathered his brothers and spoke to them. He said that their purpose on earth was complete. They had fought the great war at Kurukshetra as Krishna had wanted. They had ruled their kingdom well and protected their people. They had performed many sacred ceremonies and given charity to the poor. Yudhishthira explained that attachment to worldly power and pleasure was the cause of all suffering. Even though they were kings with great wealth and respect, these things would not last forever. The body grows old and dies. Only the soul lives on. He reminded his brothers that they had seen enough death and destruction in their lives. They had lost their sons, their friends, and their relatives in the Great War. All earthly relationships end in separation and pain. The time had come to think only of God and prepare for their final journey. Yudhishthira said they should leave their palace, their kingdom, and all their possessions. They should walk north toward the mountains, eating only what nature provided, and spend their remaining days in prayer and meditation. Bhima, Arjuna, Nakula, and Sahadeva listened to their elder brother's words. They too felt the truth in what he said. Their hearts were already growing tired of royal duties and worldly concerns. The brothers agreed that staying attached to their kingdom would only create more desire and fear. True happiness came from serving God, not from ruling over people or collecting wealth. Draupadi, their beloved wife, also felt the call to leave behind all material comforts. She had suffered greatly in her life and understood that only devotion to the divine could bring real peace. Together, the Pandavas decided to give up their throne and begin their final spiritual journey toward liberation. Part 2. The Pilgrimage and Journey. The Pandavas prepared to leave their palace and kingdom behind. They gave away all their wealth to holy people and those in need. Yudhishthira crowned his grandson Parikshit as the new king. The young prince was pure and devoted to God, ready to rule with wisdom and truth. The 5 brothers and Draupadi began their final journey. They walked toward the north, heading for the high mountains where many sages lived in prayer. They carried no money or possessions. Their only goal was to reach God and leave behind all earthly desires. First, they visited sacred rivers and temples along their path. At each holy place, they prayed and meditated. They bathed in the pure waters and offered their respects to the divine. The people they met blessed them and gave them simple food. As they walked through forests and valleys, they met many wise sages. These holy men taught them about letting go of the body and mind. The sages explained how death was just a change, like taking off old clothes. The brothers listened carefully and felt peace growing in their hearts. The journey was hard. Their bodies became weak from walking long distances with little food, but their spirits grew stronger each day. They talked less about worldly things and spent more time in silent prayer. Draupadi walked with them, showing the same courage she had shown throughout her life. They climbed higher into the mountains. The air became thin and cold. One by one, the brothers began to feel their bodies failing, but none of them felt afraid. They had prepared their minds for this moment through years of devotion and right action. A divine dog appeared and began following them. The animal seemed to have special wisdom in its eyes. Yudhishthira showed kindness to this creature, giving it food and shelter when possible. During their final days of walking, each brother reflected on his life. They remembered their victories and defeats, their joys and sorrows. They understood that all these experiences had been lessons to bring them closer to God. Their pilgrimage was not just a physical journey through mountains and valleys. It was a spiritual path toward final liberation from the cycle of birth and death. The sacred places they visited became blessed by their presence. Their footsteps left invisible marks of devotion that future pilgrims would feel. Their journey showed that even great kings and warriors must eventually leave everything behind to find the highest truth. Part 3. Interactions with sages and devotees. During their sacred journey, the Pandavas met many holy sages and devoted followers of God. These meetings were not by chance, but were arranged by divine will to give the brothers final teachings before their departure from this world. At the sacred river Ganga, they met sage Vyasa, their grandfather and the composer of the Vedas. Vyasa looked at them with eyes full of love and spoke words of wisdom. He told them that their earthly duties were complete and that God was pleased with their service. He blessed them and said that their souls were pure and ready for the final journey to the eternal realm. Near the holy mountain Badrinath, they encountered sage Narada, the divine messenger who travels between heaven and earth. Narada sang praises of their devotion and told them that Lord Krishna had spoken of them in the celestial realms. He said that their names would be remembered by devotees for ages to come as examples of righteousness and surrender to God. In the forests of Kurukshetra, they met several sages who had witnessed their great war years ago. These holy men spoke of how the battlefield had become sacred ground because of their adherence to Dharma. Even in the midst of terrible conflict, the sages told them that their fight had not been merely for a kingdom, but for the establishment of divine law on earth. Many devoted householders also came to seek their blessings during the journey. Simple farmers, merchants, and craftsmen approached them with folded hands. The Pandavas blessed each person and reminded them that God dwells in the hearts of all beings. They taught that serving others with love and following one's duty without attachment leads to liberation. At every sacred place, Local priests and devotees gathered to honor them. But the Pandavas refused special treatment or ceremonies. They ate simple food, slept on the ground, and treated everyone with equal respect. Their humility taught others that true greatness lies in serving God, rather than seeking honor from the world. The sages and devotees who met them received a final gift through these encounters. They witnessed how even great kings and heroes must eventually renounce everything to reach God. This sight filled their hearts with devotion and strengthened their own spiritual practices. Each meeting prepared the Pandavas further for their final destination. The wisdom they received confirmed what they already knew in their hearts. Their time in this world was ending, and they were ready to offer their lives completely to the Supreme Lord, who had guided them through all their trials and victories. Part 4. Passing on the Throne. When the time came to pass on the throne, Yudhishthira called his grandson Parikshit to the royal palace. The old king sat upon his throne one final time, his face peaceful and filled with divine light. All the ministers, priests, and noble people of the kingdom gathered to witness this sacred moment. Yudhishthira looked at Parikshit with great love and spoke these words, "My dear grandson, the time has come for you to rule this kingdom. You have been chosen by the Supreme Lord to protect the people and maintain righteousness on earth. Remember always that a king is not the owner of his kingdom, but only its servant." The wise king continued, "Rule with justice and compassion. Treat all people as your own children. The poor and the rich, the strong and the weak, all deserve your protection. Never let pride enter your heart because of your royal position. A true king serves his subjects, not his own desires." Parikshit bowed down and touched his grandfather's feet. "Please give me your blessings, noble grandfather. How can I rule as well as you have ruled? What should I do when difficult decisions must be made?" Yudhishthira smiled and placed his hand on Parikshit's head. "Always remember Lord Krishna in your heart. Before making any decision, think of what would please the Supreme Lord. Surround yourself with wise counselors who fear God more than they fear you. Listen to the advice of learned sages and holy people." The old king then gave specific instructions. Protect the sacred cows and the Brahmins who teach divine knowledge. Give charity to the poor and needy. Build temples where people can worship God. Never take more taxes from the people than necessary. Remember that every coin in the royal treasury belongs first to God and then to the people. He continued, "When someone does wrong, punish them justly, but never in anger. When someone serves well, reward them properly. Keep your promises always, even if keeping them brings you difficulty. A king's word must be as firm as the mountains and as pure as the holy rivers." Yudhishthira stood up and removed his royal crown, placing it gently upon Parikshit's head. "This crown is not a decoration, but a reminder of your duty. Every day you wear it, remember that you must answer to God for how you treat his children." The ceremony was completed with holy mantras and prayers. All the people cheered for their new king, while blessing the old king for his years of righteous rule. Part 5. Moral Lessons from the Retirement. The great king Yudhishthira understood the true meaning of life as he prepared to leave his throne. He knew that all things in this world are temporary. Kingdoms rise and fall. Bodies grow old and die. Only God remains forever. "My dear brothers," Yudhishthira said, "we have fought many battles and ruled for many years. We have enjoyed the pleasures of this world and tasted both victory and defeat. Now the time has come to remember why we are truly here." Bhima, who had always loved good food and comfort, began to understand that his body was not his real self. The strength in his arms would fade one day. The hunger in his belly would end. But the soul inside him was eternal and belonged to the Supreme Lord. Arjuna, the great warrior, looked at his famous bow and realized that all his skills in battle were gifts from God. He had won many fights, but what did it matter now? True victory was not defeating enemies on the battlefield. True victory was winning over the desires and attachments that bind the soul. Nakula and Sahadeva, the wise twins, spoke together. We spent our lives caring for horses and cattle, thinking we were the owners. But now we see that everything belongs to the Lord. We were only servants taking care of his property. Draupadi, their devoted wife, said with tears in her eyes, "I loved you all so much that I forgot to love God first. I was angry when people insulted us. I wanted revenge when we suffered. But anger and revenge only bring more suffering. Peace comes only when we surrender everything to the divine." The 5 brothers and their wife gave away all their possessions to the poor. They removed their royal clothes and put on simple cloth. They ate only simple food and slept on the ground. This giving up of worldly things is called renunciation. But true renunciation does not mean hating the world. It means understanding that the world belongs to God, not to us. When we stop thinking, "This is mine," and start thinking, "This belongs to God," our hearts become peaceful. Detachment does not mean not caring about anything. It means caring about everything, because it all belongs to the Lord. A mother feeds her child, not because she owns the child, but because she loves the child. In the same way, we should serve the world not because it is ours, but because it is God's creation. The Pandavas learned that the highest happiness comes not from getting what we want, but from wanting what God wants. When our desires match God's will, there is no more struggle or pain in the heart. Part 6. Death of the Pandavas. The time came for each of the Pandavas to leave their bodies and return to their true home. They had walked the path of righteousness throughout their lives, and now they would complete their journey. Draupadi was the first to fall. As they climbed the mountains, her body could no longer carry her. She fell to the ground and breathed her last breath. Bhima asked Yudhishthira why she died first. Yudhishthira said she had loved Arjuna more than the other 4 brothers, and this attachment caused her to leave first. Next, Sahadeva fell. He was proud of his great wisdom and knowledge. This pride in his learning made him heavy, and he could not continue the journey. His body stopped working and his soul departed. Then Nakula collapsed. He was very proud of his beauty and thought no one was as handsome as him. This vanity about his looks became the reason he could not go further. His breath left him on the mountain path. Arjuna was next to die. He had been proud of his skill with the bow and arrow. He thought he was the greatest warrior in the world. This pride in his fighting ability weighed him down. His heart stopped beating, and he joined his brothers. Bhima fell after Arjuna. He was proud of his great strength and his ability to eat large amounts of food. He thought no one could match his power. This pride in his physical abilities made him fall. His strong body finally gave up. Only Yudhishthira remained alive. A dog had been following them throughout their journey. As Yudhishthira continued walking, Indra, the king of gods, came down from heaven in his chariot. He offered to take Yudhishthira to heaven immediately. But Yudhishthira said he would not go to heaven without his brothers and Draupadi. Indra told him they were already there, having reached heaven through their good deeds and devotion. Indra also said the dog could not come to heaven. Yudhishthira refused to abandon the dog, saying he could not leave behind one who had been faithful to him. At that moment, the dog revealed himself to be Dharma, the god of righteousness, who was also Yudhishthira's divine father. Dharma was pleased with Yudhishthira's loyalty and compassion. He said this final test proved that Yudhishthira was worthy of heaven with his earthly body. Yudhishthira had shown that even at the moment of entering heaven, he would not abandon his principles of kindness and faithfulness. All the Pandavas reached their divine destination because they had lived lives of duty, devotion, and service to God. Their deaths were not endings, but completions of their earthly duties. Part 7. Legacy of the Pandavas. The story of the Pandavas does not end with their deaths. Their lives became a guide for all people who seek to live with honor and devotion to God. Even today, thousands of years later, devotees look to their example to understand how to live righteously. Yudhishthira showed how a king should rule with justice and truth. He never compromised his values, even when it brought him suffering. His life teaches that power should be used to serve others, not for personal gain. Devotees learn from him that speaking truth and following Dharma is more important than winning or losing. Bhima's strength was not just in his body, but in his dedication to protecting the innocent. He stood against injustice wherever he found it. His life shows that physical power should be used to defend those who cannot defend themselves. Devotees understand that true strength comes from serving God and helping others. Arjuna's devotion to Krishna became the foundation for understanding the relationship between the soul and God. His questions and Krishna's answers in the Bhagavad Gita continue to guide millions of people. Through Arjuna's example, devotees learn to surrender their ego and act according to divine will rather than personal desire. Nakula and Sahadeva demonstrated loyalty and wisdom in supporting their family and kingdom. They showed that even those who do not lead can serve God through faithful service and good character. Their lives teach that every person has a valuable role to play in God's plan. Draupadi's unwavering faith in Krishna during her greatest trial inspires women and men alike. Her trust in divine protection when no human help was available shows the power of sincere devotion. Devotees learn from her that God will always protect those who call upon him with genuine faith. The Pandavas proved that it is possible to live in the world while remaining devoted to God. They faced every challenge with prayer and righteous action. They showed that family life, royal duties, and spiritual growth can exist together when God remains at the center. Their willingness to give up their kingdom and walk toward death teaches the ultimate lesson of detachment. They showed that even the greatest achievements in this world are temporary. True success lies in completing one's duties and returning to God. Modern devotees study their lives to understand how to balance worldly responsibilities with spiritual practice. The Pandavas demonstrated that devotion to God does not require abandoning one's duties, but performing them with the right attitude and dedication to divine service. Part 8. Symbolism and Allegory. The Pandavas' retirement from their kingdom represents more than earthly renunciation. Their journey holds deeper meaning for souls seeking liberation from worldly bondage. When Yudhishthira gave up his crown, he showed how the soul must abandon attachment to material power. The throne represents our ego and desire to control others. True wisdom comes when we release our grip on worldly authority and accept God's supreme rule over all creation. Bhima's surrender of his great strength teaches about releasing physical pride. The body grows old and weak, but the soul remains eternal. Those who identify only with bodily strength suffer when age arrives. Bhima's peaceful acceptance shows how to transcend physical limitations through spiritual understanding. Arjuna laying down his divine bow Gandiva symbolizes giving up the fruits of action. Even righteous deeds performed with attachment create bondage. The bow represents our ability to act in this world. When we offer all actions to God without claiming ownership, we achieve true freedom. The twins Nakula and Sahadeva represent the senses that must be controlled. Their quiet departure shows how disciplined souls naturally withdraw from sense pleasures. When the mind turns toward God, external attractions lose their power to disturb inner peace. Draupadi's presence on the journey represents devotion itself. She stands for the soul's relationship with the divine. Her steadfast companionship through all trials shows how pure devotion remains constant, whether in palace or forest, in victory or defeat. Their walk toward the north symbolizes the soul's journey toward toward liberation. The north represents the path of light that leads beyond death and rebirth. Each step away from their kingdom was a step closer to eternal freedom. The dog that followed them represents Dharma, righteous duty that accompanies the soul throughout life. Even when everything else is left behind, our good and bad actions follow us. The faithful dog shows how karma stays with us until final liberation. Their physical bodies falling one by one teaches about the temporary nature of all material forms. The body is like clothing that the soul wears. When the garment becomes old, the soul puts on a new one or returns to its eternal home. Yudhishthira's final ascent to heaven in his mortal body represents the highest spiritual achievement. When all desires are purified and only love for God remains, the soul can transcend physical limitations while still in the body. Their retirement demonstrates the natural progression from active duty to contemplative withdrawal. This pattern guides all sincere devotees in organizing their spiritual journey from worldly engagement to final surrender. Chapter 7. Chapter 7. The Curse of Parikshit. Part 1. Inciting Incident was a great ruler who followed the path of Dharma. He was known for his justice and protection of good people. The king always respected holy men and sages who lived pure lives dedicated to God. One day, while hunting in the forest, the king became very tired and thirsty. He came upon the hermitage of sage Samika, a holy man who had taken a vow of silence. The sage sat in deep meditation, completely absorbed in thoughts of the divine. King Parikshit entered the hermitage and asked for water. The sage did not respond because he was in meditation and had taken a vow not to speak. The king waited, but still the sage remained silent. The hunting had made Parikshit very tired, and his mind was not clear. In his tiredness and thirst, the king became angry. He thought the sage was showing disrespect by not answering him. Without thinking properly, Parikshit picked up a dead snake from the ground. He placed this dead snake around the neck of the meditating sage as an insult. The sage remained peaceful and did not react. He continued his meditation as if nothing had happened. King Parikshit left the hermitage and returned to his palace. The sage had a young son named Sringi. This boy had great spiritual powers from birth. When Sringi returned to the hermitage, he saw the dead snake around his father's neck. Other boys who were with him also saw this terrible sight. Sringi became filled with rage when he learned that King Parikshit had done this to his innocent father. The boy could not control his anger. Even though his father had taught him to be peaceful, Sringi's youth and pride took over his mind. The young sage gathered water from the holy river in his hands. He spoke these terrible words: "The king who has insulted my father, who never harms anyone, will die within 7 days. A snake will bite him and take his life." When sage Samika came out of his meditation and learned what had happened, he felt great sorrow. He knew his son had made a terrible mistake by cursing such a good king for a small offense. Part 2. The Curse Pronounced. When young Sringi spoke those harsh words, the curse became fixed like iron. The power of a Brahmin's words, even from a young boy, could not be taken back. The curse would surely come to pass within 7 days. The water that Sringi held in his hands while speaking became blessed with divine power. These were not ordinary words spoken in anger. They carried the force of spiritual truth that must happen. The young sage had used his spiritual strength to create something that even the gods could not stop. When other sages heard about this curse, they felt deep worry. They knew King Parikshit was a good ruler who cared for his people. He followed Dharma and protected the innocent. Such a king did not deserve to die for one moment of wrong action. But the curse had been spoken and could not be changed. The news of the curse spread quickly through the kingdom. Messengers carried word to the royal palace that their king would die in 7 days from a snake bite. The courtiers and ministers felt shocked and afraid. How could their beloved king face such a fate? What would happen to the kingdom without his wise rule? Some tried to think of ways to protect the king from snakes. They planned to build a tall palace where no snake could reach. They would place guards all around to watch for any danger. But the wise ones knew that when a spiritual curse is spoken, no worldly protection can stop it. The curse also had a deeper meaning. It was not just about punishment for King Parikshit's action. The divine plan was working through these events. Sometimes what seems like a terrible thing can lead to something good and holy. This curse would force King Parikshit to think about death and the meaning of life. When a person knows they will die soon, they often turn their mind toward God and spiritual matters. They stop caring about worldly things and start seeking true wisdom. The 7 days given by the curse were not just a countdown to death. They were a gift of time to prepare the soul. Most people do not know when death will come, so they waste their lives on things that do not matter. But King Parikshit now had clear knowledge and could use his remaining time wisely. The power of the curse could not be broken, but it could be used for a higher purpose. What seemed like destruction would become the path to spiritual knowledge and divine grace. Part 3. Parikshit's reaction. When King Parikshit first heard about the curse, his heart burned with anger. The fire of rage filled his mind. How could a young boy, barely grown, dare to curse a righteous king? His hands shook with fury. His eyes blazed like flames. The king who had protected Dharma and served his people with devotion now faced death from the words of a child. What wrong have I done, Parikshit thought? I have ruled with justice. I have protected the innocent. I have honored the wise. Yet this boy has condemned me to die in 7 days. The king's anger was natural. Any man would feel rage at such unfair treatment. Even great souls feel the first sting of injustice. But King Parikshit was not an ordinary man. His mind, trained in the teachings of Lord Krishna through his grandfather Arjuna, began to see beyond the immediate pain. The anger that first consumed him slowly gave way to deeper thinking. He remembered the words of the wise. He recalled the teachings about karma and divine will. Perhaps this curse comes not by chance, the king thought. Perhaps the Supreme Lord has planned this for my own good. As his anger cooled, wisdom began to flow. He remembered that nothing happens without divine permission. Even curses serve the will of God. The king sat quietly and reflected. Death comes to all beings. I have been fortunate to know the exact time. Most people live thinking they will never die. They waste precious time on meaningless things. But I now have 7 days to prepare my soul. This thought brought peace to his troubled heart. Parikshit realized that fighting the curse would be useless. The power of a Brahmin's words cannot be stopped. But accepting the curse with grace could turn it into a blessing. If I must die in 7 days, he decided, I will spend these days in the best possible way. I will seek the highest truth. The king's transformation was complete. From anger, he moved to acceptance. From fear, he moved to determination. The curse that seemed like his greatest enemy now became his greatest teacher. It reminded him that life is brief and should be used for spiritual growth. I will not waste even one moment in sorrow or anger, Parikshit declared. These 7 days will be my final gift to myself. I will hear about the Supreme Lord. I will prepare my mind for the journey ahead. Death will find me ready, with God's name on my lips and divine stories in my heart. Part 4. Role of Court and Ministers. When word reached the royal palace about the terrible curse upon King Parikshit, the entire court fell into deep sorrow. The ministers ran from their chambers. The queen wept without stopping. The royal family gathered in confusion and pain. The chief minister spoke first with trembling voice. My lord, this cannot be allowed to happen. we must find a way to protect you from this curse. Our kingdom needs you. Your people need you. We will not let this come to pass." The royal advisors began to make plans quickly. They called for the best doctors from all lands. They summoned wise men who knew about curses and how to break them. They brought priests who could perform special ceremonies to remove the evil that had been spoken. Some ministers suggested building a tall palace in the sky where no snake could reach. Others wanted to surround the king with fire so that no creature could come near. The bravest warriors offered to stand guard day and night with weapons ready to kill any snake that might approach. The Queen Mother spoke through her tears. "We will gather all the snake charmers in the world. We will bring every wise woman who knows healing spells. We will offer gold and jewels to anyone who can save our beloved king." The royal physicians mixed powerful medicines. They prepared special foods that they believed could protect against poison. They created rooms filled with sweet smells and healing herbs. They promised the king that their knowledge could overcome any curse. The family priests began continuous prayers. They lit sacred fires that burned without stopping. They chanted holy words day and night. They made offerings to all the gods, begging them to protect their king from this terrible fate. Young princes and princesses cried and begged their father to hide away where the curse could not find him. They promised to help him rule from a secret place. They could not understand why he would not try to escape from what was coming. But through all these efforts and tears, King Parikshit remained calm. He watched his loved ones try to save him, and his heart was filled with love for their devotion. Yet he knew that what was meant to be would come to pass. "My dear ones," the king said gently, "I am touched by your love. I see how much you want to protect me. But this curse comes from divine will. It is part of a plan greater than we can understand. Your efforts come from love, and that love means everything to me. But I will not fight against what destiny has brought to my door." Part 5. Spiritual teachings from the event. The wise men who knew the sacred texts came forward to explain the deep truths behind what had happened to King Parikshit. They spoke of the laws that govern all life and death. "O king," they said, "what has come to you is the result of actions from long ago. Every deed, good or bad, must bring its result. This is the eternal law. No action can be done without creating some effect that will come back to the doer." The king listened carefully as they explained more. "Your anger toward the sage was real, but it was also part of a greater plan. The boy who cursed you was also following the will of the divine. Even his harsh words serve a higher purpose." One learned minister spoke, "Great king, this curse may seem like punishment, but it is also a gift. Most people do not know when death will come. They waste their lives in empty pleasures. But you have been given 7 days to prepare your soul. This is divine grace." The court scholars shared ancient wisdom. When death approaches a righteous person, it becomes a doorway to higher realms. Death is not the enemy of the good. It is the final teacher that shows us truth. They continued their teaching. "Your acceptance of this fate shows your understanding of Dharma. You do not rage against cosmic law. You do not blame the divine powers. Instead, you submit to what must be, knowing that all things happen for the good of the soul." The wise ones explained further. "This curse will purify you completely. As fire burns away the dross from gold, approaching death burns away all attachment to worldly things. Your mind will become clear and focused on the eternal truth. The boy who cursed you will also learn from this event. His anger will teach him about the power of words spoken in rage. Both of you are students in the school of divine wisdom." The ministers concluded, "Great king, what seems like misfortune is actually the greatest fortune. You will leave this world in full knowledge of your destiny. You will spend your final days in the company of sages, hearing the most sacred stories. Few souls receive such blessed preparation for their journey beyond death. King Parikshit bowed his head in gratitude for these teachings about the mysterious ways of divine justice. Part 6. Preparation for Death. When King Parikshit heard these wise words from his ministers, his heart filled with peace. He understood that his remaining 7 days were not a punishment, but a divine gift. He spoke to his court. "I accept this destiny with joy. These 7 days will be the most precious of my entire life." The king immediately gave orders to his ministers. "Take care of the kingdom in my absence, rule with justice, and protect all citizens. I will not spend these final days in the palace worrying about worldly matters. Instead, I will go to the sacred banks of the holy Ganga River." Parikshit continued, "Find the greatest sages and wise men in all the lands. Call them to gather where I will sit. I want to spend every moment listening to stories of the divine. I want to hear about the eternal truths that guide all souls." His queen wept, but the king comforted her. "Do not grieve, beloved wife. Death comes to every being who takes birth. The wise person prepares the soul for this journey. I am blessed to know the exact time of my departure." The royal messengers rode swiftly across the land. They announced, "King Parikshit seeks the company of holy men for his final week. All learned sages are invited to come and share divine wisdom with our departing king." Within 2 days, great sages began arriving at the riverbank. They came from mountains, forests, and distant hermitages. Each sage brought vast knowledge of the sacred texts and spiritual practices. King Parikshit established a simple seat on the ground near the flowing waters. He wore plain white clothes and gave away all his royal ornaments. "I have no need for material things now," he declared. "Only divine knowledge can help me in this final journey." The assembled sages were amazed by the king's complete surrender to his fate. One elderly sage said, "We have seen many kings face death. Most spend their last days in fear and regret. But you show us how a wise soul should prepare for the great departure." Parikshit replied, "Fear comes from attachment to things that must be left behind. When we remember that the soul is eternal, death becomes simply a doorway to the next stage of existence." As the 3rd day began, even more holy men arrived. The riverbank became like a great spiritual gathering. Everyone waited to see which sage would speak the most important teachings to guide the dying king toward his final destination. Part 7. Introduction to the Bhagavata Recital. From among all the holy men who had gathered, one figure stood apart. The other sages whispered among themselves and pointed toward a young man who approached the sacred assembly. This was Suka, son of the great sage Vyasa. Though he appeared young, his eyes held the wisdom of ages. Suka walked with calm steps toward where King Parikshit sat. The crowd grew silent. Even the most learned sages bowed their heads in respect. This young sage was known throughout the 3 worlds for his perfect knowledge and complete freedom from all worldly desires. When Parikshit saw Suka approaching, he immediately rose from his seat. The king placed his palms together and bowed deeply. "Great sage," Parikshit said, "your presence here brings me the greatest joy. I know that you rarely stay in one place for long. You are like the wind that moves freely everywhere. What brings you to this humble gathering?" Suka smiled gently and took his seat. His voice was sweet like nectar when he spoke. "O king, I have come because the Supreme Lord has guided me here. Your time of departure from this world approaches, but this is not a time for sorrow. This is a blessed opportunity." The assembled sages listened carefully as Suka continued. "In these remaining days, you can hear the most sacred of all stories. I will speak to you about the Supreme Lord Krishna and his divine activities. This knowledge will purify your heart completely and prepare your soul for its journey beyond death. Parikshit felt great happiness hearing these words. O holy sage, there is nothing I desire more than to hear about the Supreme Lord. My body may perish in 7 days, but my soul thirsts for this divine knowledge. Please tell me everything about Krishna and his wonderful deeds. All the sages agreed that this was the perfect arrangement. To spend one's final days hearing about the Supreme Lord was the greatest blessing any soul could receive. The holy gathering settled in for what would become the most important spiritual discourse ever given. Sukha prepared to begin the great recital of the Bhagavata Purana. This sacred text contained all the stories of Krishna's divine activities and the highest spiritual truths. For the next 7 days, until the moment of Parikshit's destined death, these holy teachings would flow like a sacred river, washing away all impurities from the hearts of all who listened. Part 8. Philosophical Significance. Death came to Parikshit not as an enemy, but as a teacher. The curse that promised to end his life in 7 days became the greatest gift the king would ever receive. When death approaches, the soul awakens to its true purpose. All worldly concerns fade away like shadows at dawn. The wise understand that death is not the end, but a doorway. For those who live only for pleasure and power, death brings terror. But for souls who turn toward the divine, death becomes a friend who reminds them of what truly matters. Parikshit's approaching death stripped away all that was false in his life. The crown, the kingdom, the royal duties, none of these could help him now. In his final days, the king discovered the most important truth. The human form of life is meant for one purpose alone, to hear and remember the Supreme Lord. Animals eat, sleep, mate, and defend themselves. Humans do the same things, but they have one special gift. They can listen to sacred words and understand divine truth. When sacred texts are heard with sincere faith, they purify the heart completely. The stories of the Lord are not ordinary tales. They carry divine power within them. Just as fire burns away all impurities, these holy stories burn away all sins and ignorance from the soul. The ears that hear such sacred words become blessed. The heart that receives these truths becomes pure. Parikshit chose to spend his remaining time hearing the Bhagavata Purana. This was not escape from his situation. This was the highest wisdom. Death would come whether he worried about it or not. But by hearing sacred texts, he could prepare his soul for the journey ahead. He could fill his mind with divine thoughts instead of fear. The gathering of sages around the dying king showed the world something precious. When death approaches, material solutions cannot help. Medicine cannot cure what is destined. Weapons cannot fight what must come. But spiritual practice can transform even death into victory. Those who hear sacred texts with devotion gain the greatest treasure. Their consciousness becomes pure. Their hearts become filled with divine love. Even if death comes, they are not afraid. They know the soul never dies. They understand that this body is temporary, but the soul is eternal. The Bhagavata Purana contains the most powerful spiritual medicine. It cures the disease of material existence. It removes the fear of death. It awakens love for the Supreme Lord. When this sacred text is heard properly, the listener gains everything worth having. Death reminded Parikshit of his spiritual duty. The curse became a blessing in disguise. Through facing death with courage and wisdom, the king showed all people the proper way to prepare for life's final moment. Chapter 8. Chapter 8. Parikshit's Renunciation and Fast. Part 1. Parikshit's Resolve to Renounce. King Parikshit stood in his palace and looked around at all his wealth. Golden ornaments covered the walls. Precious jewels filled the rooms. Servants waited to serve him. Rich food was ready for him to eat. But the king's heart felt empty. The curse of death in 7 days had changed everything for him. What use were these riches now? What good was power when death was coming? The king realized that all worldly things were like dreams. They seemed real, but would vanish soon. Parikshit called his ministers and family members. He spoke to them with a calm voice. I have ruled this kingdom for many years. I have enjoyed all pleasures that a king can have. But now I see the truth. All these things are temporary. They cannot save me from death. The king gave orders to his ministers. Take care of the kingdom. Rule with justice. Protect the people. I will not stay in the palace anymore. My time for worldly duties is over. Parikshit removed his royal crown and placed it on the table. He took off his costly robes and wore simple white cloth. The king felt lighter as he removed each ornament. Each piece of jewelry that he put aside made his mind more peaceful. Why should I fear death? The king asked himself. Death comes to everyone. Rich or poor, king or beggar, all must die. The wise person prepares for this moment. The foolish person wastes time with temporary pleasures. The king decided to fast completely. He would not eat or drink anything. His body would become pure through this discipline. His mind would focus only on God. Material desires would leave him. Parikshit told his family, "Do not cry for me. Do not try to change my decision. This is the best path for me now. I want to leave this world with a clean heart and clear mind." The king felt no sadness about leaving his kingdom. He felt no attachment to his wealth or family. A strange peace filled his heart. For the first time in many years, he felt truly free. Parikshit walked out of his palace. He would go to the banks of the sacred Ganges River. There he would sit and prepare for death. There he would find a holy person who could guide him. The king's steps were firm. His mind was decided. He would face death like a true devotee of God. Part 2. Invitation to Sukha Goswami. King Parikshit reached the holy banks of the Ganges River. Many wise men and holy people had already gathered there. They had heard about the king's curse and his decision to leave the world. The air was filled with prayers and chanting. The king sat down on the soft grass near the water. He looked at all the wise men around him. His heart was seeking something more. He needed someone who could give him the highest knowledge. He needed to hear about God before he died. Then the king heard about a great sage named Sukha Goswami. This sage was the son of Vyasa, who had written many holy books. Sukha Goswami was known to be the wisest of all wise men. He had perfect knowledge of God. He was pure like a child, but wise like the oldest teacher. King Parikshit sent messengers to find this great sage. Go quickly, he told them. Find Sukha Goswami and request him to come here. Tell him that a dying king needs his help. Tell him I want to hear the highest truth about God. The messengers went everywhere looking for the sage. Finally, they found him in a peaceful forest. When they gave him the king's message, Sukha Goswami felt compassion in his heart. He knew that the king truly wanted to learn about God. Sukha Goswami came to the banks of the Ganges. When King Parikshit saw him, he felt great joy. The sage looked like a young boy, but his eyes held the wisdom of ages. His face was bright and peaceful. The king bowed down before the sage. "O great soul," he said, "I am about to die in 7 days. My time in this world is ending. Please tell me what is the most important thing I should do now. What should a person do when death is coming near?" Sukha Goswami smiled with kindness. He saw that the king's heart was pure and ready to receive divine knowledge. "O king," he said, "you have asked the right question. I will tell you about the Supreme God and his wonderful stories. I will share with you the Bhagavata Purana, which is the sweetest of all holy books." The sage continued, "This sacred story tells about Lord Krishna and his divine activities. It will purify your heart and prepare your soul for the highest destination. Listen carefully with full attention. Let your mind focus only on God. King Parikshit felt a wave of peace wash over him. This was exactly what his soul had been seeking. He was ready to spend his last 7 days hearing about the Supreme Lord. Part 3. Beginning of the recital. King Parikshit sat quietly by the sacred Ganges River. His heart was now calm and peaceful. The fear of death had left him completely. Instead, he felt joy knowing he would spend his last days hearing about God. The king looked at the holy sage Suka and said, "Great master, I'm ready to listen. My mind is no longer troubled by thoughts of my kingdom, my family, or my body. All I want now is to hear about the Supreme Lord Krishna." Suka smiled gently. His face glowed with divine light. He said, "O king, you have made the wisest choice. In these 7 days, I will tell you the most sacred stories. These are the pastimes of Lord Krishna, who is the source of all creation." The sage continued, "Long ago, the great sage Vyasa wrote this Bhagavata Purana. It is the ripest fruit of all knowledge. It contains the sweetest nectar of devotion. Those who hear it with faith will find peace in their hearts." King Parikshit folded his hands and bowed. "I'm your humble student," he said. "Please tell me everything about the Lord. How does he create this world? How does he maintain it? How does he destroy it? I want to know about his wonderful forms and his divine activities." Suka nodded approvingly. "First, you must understand that Krishna is not an ordinary person. He is the supreme God himself. He appears in this world out of love for his devotees. His stories are not just tales. They are spiritual medicine that can cure all suffering." The king sat in the proper position for listening. He had already given up eating food. His body was becoming weak, but his spirit was growing stronger. This fast would purify his heart and prepare him for hearing about God. "I am no longer attached to anything in this world," Parikshit declared. "My throne, my wealth, my servants, none of these matter to me now. Only Krishna matters. Only his stories can satisfy my soul." The sage was pleased with the king's sincere attitude. "This is the proper mood for hearing the Bhagavata," he said. "When the heart is clean and the mind is focused, Krishna's pastimes can enter and transform the listener completely." King Parikshit felt waves of happiness flowing through him. Even though death was approaching, he had never felt more alive. He was about to hear the most beautiful stories in the universe. Part 4. Public Gathering. Now word spread quickly throughout the kingdom. "The king is listening to the sacred Bhagavata stories," people told each other. "The great sage Suka is speaking about Lord Krishna. Everyone is welcome to come and listen." From villages far and wide, people began to gather. Farmers left their fields. Merchants closed their shops. Mothers carried their children. Old grandfathers walked slowly on their walking sticks. They all wanted to hear the divine stories. Great sages also came from distant forests. These holy men had spent years in meditation and prayer. They had heard many scriptures before, but they knew the Bhagavata was special. Even the gods in heaven, they said, loved to hear these stories about Krishna. The royal court was transformed. Servants spread soft mats on the ground. They brought clean water for everyone to drink. Sweet-smelling flowers were placed everywhere. The whole place felt sacred and peaceful. Rich nobles sat next to poor villagers. Learned priests sat with simple farmers. Children sat quietly with their parents. Everyone forgot their differences. They were all united by one desire, to hear about God. King Parikshit looked at the gathering crowd with wonder. See how Krishna brings everyone together, he thought. High and low, rich and poor, learned and simple. All are equal when they want to hear his stories. The sage Suka was pleased to see so many sincere faces. This is how it should be, he said. God's stories belong to everyone. They are not just for kings or priests. Every soul has the right to hear about the Supreme Lord. As the sun began to set, more people kept arriving. Some had traveled for days. They brought their own food and water. They made small camps around the royal court. Nobody wanted to miss even a single word. The atmosphere grew more and more sacred. People spoke in soft voices. Children played quietly. Everyone felt something special was about to happen. The air itself seemed to vibrate with devotion. Old women wiped tears from their eyes, remembering their own prayers to Krishna. Young men felt their hearts becoming soft and clean. Even the animals seemed calmer. Birds stopped their chattering. Cows stood still as if they too were listening. King Parikshit felt grateful beyond words. His curse had brought this wonderful gathering. So many souls would now hear the holy stories. His death would help countless people find God. The sage Sukha looked at the assembled crowd. Thousands of faces looked back at him with love and expectation. The perfect setting was ready. The most beautiful stories in the universe were about to begin. Part 5. Spiritual Atmosphere. The air itself seemed to change as Sukha prepared to speak. A holy feeling spread over everyone like warm sunlight. Hearts that were hard became soft. Minds that were worried became peaceful. The very ground where they sat felt sacred. People closed their eyes and breathed deeply. They felt Krishna's presence everywhere. Some began to cry tears of joy without knowing why. Others felt their bodies becoming light as feathers. All the fear and sadness about King Parikshit's death melted away. The sage Sukha raised his hands in blessing. His voice was like honey when he spoke. Listen with your hearts, not just your ears. These stories will wash away all your sins. They will give you the greatest treasure, love for God. King Parikshit felt all his royal worries disappear. The crown on his head felt meaningless. His palace and gold meant nothing now. Only one thing mattered: hearing about Krishna. His whole being thirsted for these holy stories, like a man in the desert thirsts for water. The gathered sages sat perfectly still. Their minds became empty of all thoughts except devotion. Women held their children close, knowing they were about to hear the most precious words in the world. Old men forgot their aches and pains. Young people forgot their desires for wealth and pleasure. A gentle breeze began to blow, carrying the sweet smell of flowers that bloomed nowhere nearby. Birds settled on the trees around them and stopped making any sound. Even the insects became quiet. Nature itself was ready to listen. Sukha's eyes sparkled with divine love. When he looked at the crowd, each person felt he was looking directly at them alone. His smile was like Krishna's own smile. Peace flowed from him like a river flows to the ocean. King Parikshit folded his hands and bowed his head. Great sage, my heart is ready. My ears are open. Please begin these holy stories. Let Krishna's pastimes fill this place. Let his names purify our souls. The moment had arrived. 7 days remained in the king's life. 7 days to hear the most beautiful stories ever told. 7 days that would change every heart present. The Bhagavata Purana was about to begin. Everyone held their breath. The whole universe seemed to pause. Even time itself waited for the first sacred words to fall from the sage's lips, like drops of divine nectar. Part 6. Themes introduced in teachings. Sukha Goswami smiled gently at the king and all who had gathered. His voice carried the sound of peace itself. O King Parikshit, O blessed souls who sit here today, what you're about to hear contains the greatest treasures of spiritual wisdom. These stories will teach you everything the soul needs to know. The sage's eyes shone with divine light. First, you will learn about pure devotion to God. This is the highest path for any living being. When the heart turns completely toward Krishna with love, all other spiritual practices become complete. Devotion is not just feeling or emotion. It is the very nature of the soul when it awakens to its true purpose. You will hear how Krishna is both the Supreme Lord of all creation and the sweetest friend who plays with simple village children. He is beyond all material elements, yet he appears in this world to show his love. This divine mystery will become clear as the stories unfold. The Bhagavatam will teach you about Dharma, the right way of living. But this is not ordinary Dharma based on rules and duties. This is Bhagavata Dharma, the Dharma that leads directly to God's feet. Every action becomes worship when done with the right understanding. Sukha continued with growing warmth. You will learn that this material world is temporary, but the soul is eternal. The body dies, but you never die. Understanding this truth removes all fear, even fear of death. The soul's real home is with Krishna in the spiritual world. These stories will show you how God comes to earth in different forms and times. Each appearance has a special purpose. Sometimes he comes to protect the good people. Sometimes he comes to destroy evil. Always he comes to remind us of our connection with him. You will see how even the simplest person can achieve the highest spiritual success through sincere devotion. Birth, education, and wealth mean nothing in spiritual life. Only the purity of heart matters. A village girl who truly loves Krishna surpasses the greatest scholar who knows all scriptures but has no devotion. The Bhagavatam will teach you about Maya, the covering that makes us forget our real nature. It will show you how to see through this illusion and remember who you truly are. Liberation is not something you gain, it is something you remember. Sukha paused and looked at each person present. Most important of all, you will learn that hearing these stories with faith transforms the heart completely. The very sound of Krishna's names and pastimes has divine power. Let your minds become still. Let your hearts become soft. Prepare to meet the Supreme Person through these sacred words. The gathering sat in perfect silence, ready to receive the greatest gift ever given to humanity. Part 7. Parikshit's Emotions. When King Parikshit first heard about the curse that would end his life in 7 days, fear filled his heart like darkness filling a room. His hands shook as he thought about leaving his kingdom, his family, and everything he had known since birth. The weight of death pressed down on his mind like a heavy stone. How can I face this ending? He wondered aloud to his ministers. I have ruled with justice, protected my people, and followed Dharma. Yet death comes for me like a thief in the night. His voice carried the pain of a man who suddenly saw how small he was in the face of time. But as Sukha Goswami began to speak the sacred words of the Bhagavatam, something began to change in Parikshit's heart. The stories of Krishna's divine play started to wash away his fears like rain washing dust from leaves. Each word the sage spoke carried a power that touched the deepest part of the king's soul. I understand now, Parikshit said, his voice growing steady. This body will die, but I am not this body. I am the eternal soul within. The fear that had gripped him began to loosen its hold. In its place came a strange peace, like the calm that follows a great storm. As the hours passed, Parikshit felt his attachment to worldly things falling away like old clothes. His palace, his throne, his royal robes, none of these seemed important anymore. Only the sweet stories of the Lord mattered now. Only the divine names being spoken by Sukha had any real value. I am blessed beyond measure, the king realized. Most people die thinking of their possessions, their fears, their unfulfilled desires. But I will die hearing about Krishna. I will leave this world with the Lord's name on my lips and his stories in my heart. Tears of joy began to flow from Parikshit's eyes. These were not tears of sadness, but tears of pure love. He felt like a child who had been lost in a dark forest and suddenly found his way home. The curse that had seemed like his greatest enemy had become his greatest teacher. Let death come, he declared with complete surrender. I am ready now. My mind is fixed on the Supreme Lord. My heart is full of His love. What more could any soul wish for than to remember God at the moment of leaving this world? Part 8. Significance of the fast. When Parikshit made his choice to fast until death, he was not simply refusing food. This sacred practice held deep meaning in the ancient wisdom. The king understood that the body and soul must be made pure before the final journey. By stopping all food and water, he was telling his body that its time in this world was ending. Fasting before death is like cleaning a temple before a great festival. Just as we sweep away dust and dirt to welcome the divine, Parikshit was cleaning his entire being. His stomach would become empty, but his heart would become full of God. His body would grow weak, but his soul would grow strong. The wise ones teach that when we stop feeding the body, the mind naturally turns toward higher things. Hunger for bread disappears, and hunger for the divine appears. This is why saints and holy people fast when they want to reach God more deeply. Food keeps us tied to this world, but fasting helps us remember the next world. Parikshit knew that his final thoughts would decide where his soul would go after death. By fasting, he was making sure his mind would not think about taste, comfort, or pleasure. Instead, every moment of hunger would remind him to think of Krishna. Every pain in his body would teach him to seek joy in the spirit. The scriptures say that whatever fills our mind at death becomes our destination. If we think of food, we may be born where we must struggle for food. If we think of family, we return to family bonds. But if we think of God alone, we reach God alone. As days passed without food, Parikshit felt his earthly desires growing smaller and smaller. Like a fire that dies when no wood feeds it, his attachment to worldly things began to fade. His love for Krishna burned brighter as everything else grew dim. The fast was also his final offering to the divine. "Take this body," his actions declared. "I give it back to you completely. I kept nothing for myself." This total surrender through fasting showed his complete trust in God's plan. Other kings might have spent their last days eating rich foods and enjoying pleasures. But Parikshit chose the harder path that led to freedom. His empty stomach became a symbol of his empty ego. His hunger for food transformed into pure hunger for divine love. Through this sacred fast, the king was teaching all future generations how to prepare for death with dignity and devotion. He showed that the end of life could become the beginning of the greatest spiritual journey. Chapter 9. Chapter 9. Primordial Incarnations of Vishnu, Part 1. Introduction to Avatars. When the world faces great trouble and evil grows strong, the Supreme Lord takes physical form to help humanity. These divine forms are called avatars. The word avatar means one who comes down from the highest realm to our world. The Lord does not need to take birth like ordinary beings. He has no material body that grows old or dies. Yet out of great love for all living creatures, he chooses to appear in different forms when Dharma becomes weak and wickedness spreads across the earth. Each avatar serves a special purpose. Some come to save holy knowledge when it faces destruction. Others appear to defeat powerful demons who terrorize the innocent. Some incarnations restore balance to the universe when cosmic order breaks down. All avatars work to protect those who live righteous lives and remember God with pure hearts. The Supreme Lord can take any form he wishes. He may appear as a fish swimming in vast waters, a mighty tortoise supporting great mountains, or a fierce boar digging through cosmic mud. He can manifest as a terrifying man-lion to punish the wicked, or as a small dwarf boy who amazes everyone with his power. These divine forms are not imaginary stories or symbols. They are real appearances of the eternal Lord who rules all creation. When he takes avatar form, he performs wonderful deeds that ordinary people cannot do. He lifts entire planets, drinks vast oceans, and defeats enemies no human warrior could face. The Lord's avatars teach us important truths. They show that God cares deeply about justice and protects those who surrender to Him. They prove that no evil force, however mighty, can stand against divine power. They demonstrate that the Supreme Lord will always come to help when His devotees call out in genuine need. People who hear these avatar stories with faith gain great spiritual benefit. Those who remember the Lord's heroic deeds while living their daily lives gradually develop love for God. Students who learn these accounts understand that righteousness will always triumph over evil in the end. The Avatar principle reveals the Lord's infinite compassion. Though He dwells in perfect happiness beyond this material world, He repeatedly descends to guide humanity back to the right path. This divine mercy continues through all ages, giving hope to every soul who seeks truth and goodness. Part 2. Matsya Avatar. Matsya Avatar. In the beginning of creation, when the world was ending its great cycle, darkness covered everything. The vast waters of destruction spread everywhere. All living beings faced complete ruin. The sacred Vedas, which contained all divine knowledge, were in great danger of being lost forever. During this time of cosmic disaster, a powerful demon named Hayagriva stole the Vedas from Lord Brahma while he was sleeping. This demon took the holy scriptures and hid them in the deep ocean waters. Without the Vedas, the next creation could not begin properly. All wisdom would disappear from the world. Seeing this great crisis, Lord Vishnu decided to take the form of a fish to save creation. He became Matsya, a magnificent golden fish with a horn on his forehead. This divine fish grew larger and larger until it became enormous, filling the cosmic waters with its brilliant presence. At this same time, there lived a righteous king named Satyavrata who was devoted to the Lord. One morning, while performing his daily water offering, the king found a tiny fish in his palm. The fish spoke to him sweetly, asking for protection from larger fish in the river. The king placed the small fish in a water pot, but overnight, it grew too large for the container. He then moved it to a bigger vessel, then to a pond, then to a lake, and finally to the ocean itself. Each time, the fish outgrew its space within hours. Realizing this was no ordinary fish, King Satyavrata bowed down and asked who this divine being truly was. The fish revealed itself as Lord Vishnu and warned the king about the coming great flood that would destroy everything. The Lord instructed the king to build a large boat and gather all types of seeds, animals, sages, and living beings. When the terrible floods came, the divine fish would save them all. As predicted, the devastating waters rose and covered the entire earth. The great fish appeared, shining like the sun, pulling the boat with the king and all creatures to safety. During this time, Matsya fought the demon Hayagriva in the deep waters and recovered the stolen Vedas. The divine fish returned the sacred scriptures to Lord Brahma so that creation could begin again with proper knowledge. Through this heroic act, Matsya saved all living beings and preserved the eternal wisdom needed for the next cosmic age. Part 3. Kurma Avatar. When chaos threatened the balance between gods and demons, Lord Vishnu took his second form as Kurma, the great divine tortoise. The gods had grown weak and lost their strength due to a curse from the angry sage Vyasa. They could no longer fight the powerful demons who were taking control of the three worlds. Lord Indra, king of the gods, went to Lord Vishnu seeking help. Vishnu told him that they must churn the great ocean of milk to obtain Amrita, the nectar of immortality. This divine nectar would restore their strength and make them victorious over the demons. The gods approached the demons and made an agreement. Both sides would work together to churn the ocean and share the treasures that would emerge. The demons agreed because they also wanted the precious nectar for themselves. For the churning rod, they chose Mount Mandara, the golden mountain. For the rope, they used Vasuki, the mighty serpent king. The gods held Vasuki's tail, while the demons held his head. But when they began churning, the great mountain started to sink into the ocean floor. At this critical moment, Lord Vishnu took the form of Kurma, an enormous tortoise. The divine tortoise dove deep into the ocean and placed the mountain on his strong shell. With the mountain now supported, the churning could continue properly. For 1,000 years, both sides pulled the serpent back and forth, churning the cosmic ocean. Many wonderful things emerged from the churning waters. First came the deadly poison called Hala Hala, which threatened to destroy all creation. Lord Shiva drank this poison to save everyone, and his throat turned blue. Then came beautiful treasures, Kamadhenu, the wish-fulfilling cow, Uchaisravas, the divine white horse, Airavata, the white elephant, the celestial tree Parijata, the goddess Lakshmi, and many precious gems. Finally, Dhanvantari, the divine physician, appeared carrying a pot of golden Amrita. The moment the nectar appeared, the demons seized it and ran away. But Lord Vishnu took the form of Mohini, a beautiful woman, and tricked the demons into giving back the nectar. She served the Amrita only to the gods, while the demons watched, enchanted by her beauty. Through the support of Kurma Avatar, the gods regained their strength and power. The tortoise incarnation showed how the Lord supports all creation from below, holding up the universe with infinite patience and strength. This divine form teaches that true power lies in steady support and selfless service to maintain cosmic order. Part 4. Varaha Avatar. When creation began, the earth became covered completely by the vast cosmic waters. The whole planet sank deep into the dark ocean that filled all space. No land could be seen anywhere. All living beings were in great danger. The gods went to Lord Brahma for help. Brahma told them that only Lord Vishnu could save the earth and all creatures living on it. The gods prayed to Vishnu with pure hearts. They asked him to come down and rescue the world from the endless waters. Lord Vishnu heard their prayers. He decided to take the form of a great boar to lift the earth from the bottom of the cosmic ocean. This boar was not an ordinary animal. It was divine and had the power of the Supreme Lord himself. The boar avatar grew to an enormous size. His body became as large as a mountain. His tusks were white and sharp like lightning. His eyes blazed with divine light. His breath created powerful winds. When he roared, the sound filled all directions and made the demons tremble with fear. The mighty boar dove into the cosmic ocean. He went deeper and deeper through the dark waters. At the very bottom, he found the earth resting there like a lotus flower. The planet was completely covered by water and mud. With great care, the boar lifted the earth on his tusks. He carried the planet up from the ocean floor. As he rose through the waters, the earth rested safely on his strong tusks. Drop by drop, the water fell away from the land. A demon named Hiranyaksha saw what was happening. He had pushed the earth into the ocean in the first place. He became very angry when he saw the boar saving the world. The demon attacked the boar avatar with terrible weapons. The battle between the boar and the demon lasted for many years. They fought in the water and in the sky. Finally, the boar killed Hiranyaksha with his tusks. The demon fell dead into the ocean. The boar continued carrying the earth upward. When he reached the surface, he placed the planet safely in its proper position in space. The land became dry again. Rivers began to flow. Mountains stood tall. Trees and plants grew everywhere. All the gods praised the boar avatar. They thanked Lord Vishnu for saving the earth and all living creatures. Through this divine form, the Lord showed that he protects creation from any danger. The Varaha avatar proves that God will always come to rescue the world when evil threatens to destroy it. Part 5. Narasimha Avatar. After the earth was saved by the boar avatar, another great demon arose to trouble the worlds. His name was Hiranyakashipu. This demon king performed severe penance to gain special powers from Lord Brahma. He wanted to become immortal and rule over all creation. Brahma appeared before him and granted a special blessing. The demon asked that he should not die during day or night. He should not die inside or outside any building. No weapon should kill him. No human or animal should be able to destroy him. He should not die on earth or in sky. Brahma granted all these wishes. With these powers, Hiranyakashipu became very proud and cruel. He declared himself the supreme lord of the universe. He ordered everyone to worship only him. Anyone who spoke of Vishnu would be punished with death. The demon spread fear across all the worlds. But the demon had a young son named Prahlad. From his childhood, this boy loved Lord Vishnu with pure heart. He would always chant the holy names of God. He would tell other children about the greatness of Vishnu. This made his father very angry. Hiranyakashipu tried many ways to change his son's mind. He sent him to demon teachers who taught only hatred. But Prahlad's love for God only grew stronger. The demon king then tried to kill his own son. He threw the boy from high mountains. He put him in fire. He made poisonous snakes bite him. He threw him before wild elephants. But Prahlad always prayed to Vishnu, and nothing could harm him. Finally, the angry demon king brought Prahlad to his throne room. He asked his son where his Vishnu was hiding. Prahlad replied that God lives everywhere, in every atom, in every heart, even in this very pillar of the palace. The demon king became furious. He struck the pillar with his weapon and shouted that he would kill Vishnu if he was really there. At that moment, a terrible sound came from inside the pillar. The pillar cracked open with great noise. From within emerged a fearsome form. It had the body of a man and the head of a lion. The mane flowed like fire. The eyes blazed with divine anger. The claws were sharp like swords. This was Lord Narasimha, the man-lion avatar of Vishnu. The demon king attacked with all his weapons, but nothing could touch the divine form. Lord Narasimha caught Hiranyakashipu easily. At twilight time, which was neither day nor night, he placed the demon on his lap. This was neither earth nor sky. At the entrance of the palace, which was neither inside nor outside, the Lord tore open the demon's chest with his divine claws. No weapon was used. The one who killed was neither man nor animal, but both. Thus all the conditions of Brahma's blessing were fulfilled. Yet the demon died. Lord Narasimha protected his devotee Prahlad and destroyed the evil that threatened the worlds. Part 6. Vamana Avatar. In the three worlds, there lived a great demon king named Bali. He was the grandson of Prahlad, that blessed devotee of the Lord. Unlike his cruel great-grandfather Hiranyakashipu, Bali was righteous and generous. He ruled with justice, and his people loved him dearly. Bali performed many great sacrifices and gave away vast wealth to holy men. His power and influence grew so mighty that even the gods in heaven became worried. The demon king had conquered all three worlds through his strength and devotion to duty. The gods went to Lord Vishnu and asked for help. The Supreme Lord decided to take birth as Vamana, a dwarf Brahmin boy. He appeared as a young student with a sacred thread across his chest, carrying a water pot and an umbrella made of wood. His form was small and humble, but divine light shone from his face. Vamana walked to the place where King Bali was performing a grand fire sacrifice. The king saw the beautiful Brahmin boy approaching and felt great joy in his heart. According to custom, Bali welcomed the young guest with honor and respect. "Oh, blessed Brahmin," said King Bali, "ask me for whatever you desire. I will give you anything within my power. Do you want gold, jewels, villages, or cows? Speak freely, and I shall grant your wish." The dwarf Brahmin smiled gently and spoke in a sweet voice. "O generous king, I need very little. I ask only for 3 steps of land, measured by my small feet. This much space will be enough for me." King Bali was surprised by such a simple request. His guru, Shukracharya, who knew divine secrets, warned him urgently. "This is no ordinary Brahmin boy. I suspect this is Lord Vishnu himself in disguise. Do not grant his request, for it will bring your downfall." But Bali had given his word to a Brahmin. He could not break such a sacred promise. "Even if this boy is Lord Vishnu," declared the noble king, "I will not take back my word. Truth is higher than my life or my kingdom." Bali poured holy water on Vamana's hands, completing the gift according to proper ceremony. Immediately, the dwarf boy began to grow in size. His form expanded until he became larger than mountains, larger than the earth itself. With his first step, the giant form covered the entire earth. With his second step, he covered all the heavens and the realm of the gods. Then Lord Vamana looked at Bali and asked, "Where shall I place my third step? You promised 3 steps of land, but I have covered everything in just 2 steps." King Bali realized the divine truth. He bowed down before the Lord with complete surrender. "O Supreme One, I have nothing left to offer you except my own head. Please place your third step there and complete your measurement." Lord Vishnu was pleased with Bali's devotion and truthfulness. Though he had taken away the demon king's earthly power, he granted Bali rule over the lower worlds and promised him a place of great honor in the future creation. Part 7. Parashurama Avatar. When the earth became heavy with the burden of evil kings and corrupt rulers, the Supreme Lord took birth as Parashurama. He was born to sage Jamadagni and his wife Renuka. From his very birth, he carried within him the power of both a holy sage and a mighty warrior. Parashurama's father, Jamadagni, possessed a sacred cow called Kamadhenu, which could fulfill all desires. This divine cow gave the sage and his family everything they needed. One day, King Kartavirya Arjuna came to the hermitage with his 1,000 arms and great pride. When he saw the wonderful cow, greed filled his heart. The king forcefully took away Kamadhenu from the peaceful sage. Jamadagni did not fight back, for he was a man of peace and prayer. But this act of theft and violence against a holy man brought terrible consequences. When Parashurama returned to the hermitage and learned what had happened, divine anger arose in him. He took up his axe, the weapon given to him by Lord Shiva himself. With this sacred axe, he went to the palace of Kartavirya Arjuna. "Return my father's cow and seek forgiveness for your evil deed," Parashurama demanded. But the proud king laughed and ordered his soldiers to attack. In the great battle that followed, Parashurama cut down the 1,000 arms of the king and ended his life. He brought back the sacred cow to his father. This was only the beginning. The sons of Kartavirya Arjuna burned with revenge. When Parashurama was away, they came to the hermitage and killed the innocent sage Jamadagni. When Parashurama returned and saw his father's lifeless body, his mother Renuka was beating her chest in grief 21 times. Seeing his mother's pain, Parashurama made a terrible vow. He would clear the earth of all corrupt and evil kings 21 times over. With his divine axe, he began his mission of destroying those rulers who oppressed the innocent and forgot their duty to protect the righteous. Across the land, Parashurama traveled like the fire of justice itself. He defeated countless evil kings who had turned away from Dharma. Those who ruled through force and greed, who stole from the poor and harmed the holy men, all fell before his axe. After completing his mission of cleansing the earth, Parashurama gave away all the kingdoms to worthy sages and Brahmins. He then withdrew to the mountains to spend his time in meditation and prayer, having restored balance between good and evil in the world. Part 8. Summary of Avatar Purpose. When the Divine Lord Vishnu takes form upon the earth, he comes for one sacred purpose. The Almighty appears as avatars to restore righteousness and protect those who worship him with pure hearts. Each time darkness grows strong and goodness becomes weak, the Lord descends from his eternal realm. The Lord's incarnations serve as divine protectors of Dharma. When evil forces threaten to destroy the natural order of creation, he manifests in whatever form is needed. Sometimes he appears as a great fish to save sacred knowledge from destruction. Other times, he becomes a mighty tortoise to support the gods in their divine work. The Lord comes as a fierce boar to lift the earth from the depths of cosmic waters. He takes the fearsome form of a man-lion to destroy demons who believe themselves beyond divine reach. As a humble dwarf, he teaches pride its proper place. As a warrior sage, he removes corrupt rulers who forget their sacred duties. Through each avatar, the Supreme Lord demonstrates his boundless compassion. He protects the innocent who call upon his name. He destroys those who harm the righteous and disturb the peace of creation. The Lord's incarnations show that divine justice will always prevail over worldly power. Those who serve God with devotion need never fear. When darkness threatens to consume the light of truth, the Lord appears to guide his followers to safety. He becomes their shelter in times of danger and their strength when enemies surround them. The avatars teach humanity that righteousness will always triumph. Though evil may seem powerful for a time, it cannot stand against the divine will. The Lord's appearances prove that he watches over creation with loving care. No prayer of the faithful goes unheard. No cry for help goes unanswered. Each incarnation fulfills its sacred mission perfectly. The Lord completes his work of restoration and returns to his divine abode, leaving behind teachings and examples for future generations. His avatars remind all beings that Dharma is eternal and that divine protection is always available to those who seek it with sincere hearts. The cycle of divine incarnations continues according to cosmic necessity, whenever righteousness weakens and wickedness grows bold. The merciful Lord will descend again to restore balance and protect his devotees from all harm. Chapter 10. Chapter 10. Stories of Ancient Kings and Sages. Part 1. King Prithu and Earth's Prosperity. When Prithu became king, the earth was like a mother who could not feed her children. People were dying because there was no food. The earth had become hard and would not give grain or fruits. King Prithu saw his people suffering. He became very angry with the earth. He took up his mighty bow and arrows. "You will give food to my people," he said to the earth. "If you do not, I will destroy you completely." The earth became afraid. She took the form of a cow and began to run. King Prithu chased her everywhere. She ran to the heavens, to the underworld, and to all corners of creation. But the king followed her with his bow ready. Finally, the earth stopped running. She spoke to King Prithu with respect. "O great king," she said, "I want to give food to your people, but I need your help. You must make me smooth so that I can produce crops. You must also protect what I give." King Prithu understood. He put down his bow. With great strength, he began to level the earth. He broke down the mountains that were too high. He filled the valleys that were too deep. He made the earth flat and smooth in many places. Then King Prithu created fields for farming. He taught people how to grow rice, wheat, and other grains. He showed them how to plant seeds and care for crops. He organized the land into villages and towns. The earth became like a loving mother again. She gave milk in the form of all kinds of food. Grains grew tall and strong. Trees gave sweet fruits. The people were no longer hungry. King Prithu made laws to protect farmers. He made sure that those who worked the land could keep what they grew. He punished anyone who stole crops or hurt farmers. He taught that work was holy and that feeding others was a sacred duty. Under King Prithu's rule, trade began between different lands. People learned to make things with their hands. Some became potters, others became weavers. The kingdom became rich and happy. King Prithu always remembered God in his heart. He knew that his power came from the divine. He used his strength only to help his people and protect Dharma. he never became proud of his achievements. The people loved their king. They called him the father of the earth. They said that because of him, the earth learned to be generous. Even today, the earth is called Prithvi, which means belonging to Prithu. This is how King Prithu saved his people and made the earth fruitful for all future generations. Part 2. King Harishchandra's truthfulness. King Harishchandra was known throughout the three worlds as the most truthful man who ever lived. He ruled his kingdom with perfect honesty and never spoke a single lie in his entire life. The gods themselves praised his commitment to truth above all else. One day, the great sage Vishvamitra came to test the king's truthfulness. The sage appeared before Harishchandra and demanded a gift as donation. The king immediately agreed, saying he would give anything the sage desired. Vishvamitra asked for the king's entire kingdom except his body, wife, and son. Without hesitation, Harishchandra gave away his royal wealth, his palace, his lands, and all his possessions. Now the king had nothing left but his family. Vishvamitra then demanded payment for conducting the donation ceremony. Harishchandra had no money to pay the sage's fees. The king told his wife Shaivya and young son Rohita that they must leave the kingdom immediately, since it no longer belonged to them. The royal family walked to the holy city of Kashi, wearing simple clothes like common people. There, Harishchandra sold his wife and son to a Brahmin to get money for the sage's payment. The queen wept as she was taken away, but she supported her husband's commitment to truth. The king then sold himself as a slave to a Chandala who worked in the cremation grounds. Harishchandra's new master made him collect taxes from people who came to burn their dead. The king worked day and night in the cremation ground, handling corpses and collecting fees. His royal hands became rough from this harsh work, but he never complained. He remembered that truth was more important than comfort. Many months passed. One dark night, a woman came carrying a dead child, crying bitterly. When Harishchandra looked closer, he saw it was his own wife Shaivya carrying their son Rohita, who had died from a snake bite. The queen had no money to pay the cremation tax. Harishchandra's heart broke seeing his dead son and weeping wife. But even then, he did not abandon his duty. He told Shaivya she must pay the tax or he could not allow the cremation. The queen had nothing to give except half of her sari. She tore her sari and gave half to her husband as payment. As Harishchandra prepared to light the funeral pyre for his own son, the gods appeared before him. They had been watching his perfect truthfulness through all these trials. Lord Vishnu himself blessed the king, saying that his commitment to truth had purified all the worlds. The gods brought Rohita back to life and restored Harishchandra's kingdom. But the king had learned that truth and dharma were greater than any earthly kingdom. His story became an eternal example of how a person should never abandon truth, no matter what suffering it may bring. Part 3. Sage Dhruva's Devotion. Dhruva was only 5 years old when his life changed forever. He was the son of King Uttanapada, but his mother, Suniti, was the king's second wife. The first wife, Suruchi, had great power in the palace and did not like Dhruva or his mother. One day, little Dhruva tried to sit on his father's lap while the king was holding Suruchi's son. Suruchi became angry and pushed Dhruva away. She spoke cruel words to the child, saying that only her son had the right to sit with the king. She told Dhruva that if he wanted such privileges, he should have been born from her womb instead. The harsh words cut deep into the young boy's heart. He ran to his mother Suniti, crying from the pain of rejection. Suniti held her son and dried his tears. She told him that only Lord Vishnu could help them now. If Dhruva wanted to change his fate, he must pray to the Supreme Lord with all his heart. These words filled Dhruva with determination. Though he was just a child, he decided to leave the palace and seek Lord Vishnu through prayer and penance. His mother tried to stop him, but Dhruva's mind was set. He walked into the deep forest alone, carrying nothing but his strong will. In the forest, Dhruva met the great sage Narada. who was surprised to see such a young child wandering alone. When Narada heard Dhruva's story, he advised the boy to return home, saying that spiritual practice was too difficult for one so young. But Dhruva refused to give up his purpose. Seeing the boy's firm resolve, Narada taught him a special prayer. He told Dhruva to chant Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya with complete focus and devotion. Narada also taught him to meditate on the beautiful form of Lord Vishnu. Dhruva began his penance with incredible dedication. He ate only fruits and leaves, then only water, and finally nothing at all. He stood on one foot for months, his mind fixed only on Lord Vishnu. His devotion was so intense that the entire universe began to shake. The gods became worried about Dhruva's powerful penance and went to Lord Vishnu for help. Lord Vishnu decided to appear before the devoted child. When Dhruva opened his eyes from meditation, he saw the beautiful four-armed form of Lord Vishnu standing before him, glowing with divine light. Lord Vishnu was pleased with Dhruva's pure devotion. He granted the boy's wish for a position higher than all others. Dhruva would become the pole star, fixed in the sky forever, around which all other stars would move. This position would last until the end of creation itself. But seeing Lord Vishnu's divine form had changed Dhruva's heart completely. The anger and desire for position that had brought him to the forest were gone. Now he felt only love and devotion for the Lord. He realized that God's blessing was far greater than any earthly reward. Lord Vishnu told Dhruva to return home and rule righteously for many years before taking his eternal place in the sky. Dhruva bowed before the Lord and accepted this divine plan with a humble heart. Part 4. King Bharata's Legacy. King Bharata ruled his kingdom with great wisdom and devotion to Lord Vishnu. He was a righteous king who followed Dharma in all his actions. The people loved him deeply because he treated everyone with fairness and kindness. His kingdom prospered under his wise rule. For many years, King Bharata performed his duties as a king perfectly. He protected his subjects, upheld justice, and worshipped the Lord with pure devotion. But as time passed, his heart began to feel a strong pull towards spiritual life. The material world no longer satisfied him, even though he had everything a king could desire. One day, King Bharata decided to leave his throne and kingdom. He gave up all his royal possessions and wealth. He handed over the rule to his sons and walked away from the palace. He went to the forest to spend his remaining years in meditation and prayer. In the peaceful forest, Bharata lived a simple life. He ate only fruits and roots. He spent his days chanting the holy names of God and meditating on the divine form of Lord Vishnu. His mind became completely absorbed in spiritual thoughts. He found joy in this simple way of living that was far greater than any pleasure he had known as a king. But even in his spiritual practice, Bharata faced a test. One day, he found a small deer that had been separated from its mother. The deer was weak and helpless. Bharata's kind heart made him care for the little animal. He fed it, protected it, and grew very attached to it. As years passed, Bharata's love for the deer grew stronger. He spent more time thinking about the deer's welfare than about God. When the time came for him to leave his body, his mind was filled with thoughts of the deer instead of the Lord. Because of this attachment, Bharata was born again as a deer in his next life. But because of his previous spiritual practice, he remembered his past life. Even as a deer, he understood his mistake. He realized that attachment to anything, even something innocent like caring for an animal, could bind the soul and prevent spiritual progress. After living as a deer, Bharata was born again as a human being. In this birth, he became completely detached from the world. He appeared to act like a simple person, but inside, he was always absorbed in thoughts of God. People could not understand his true spiritual state. King Bharata's story teaches that even good actions can become obstacles if they create attachment. True spiritual progress requires complete surrender to God, without any other desires or attachments. His life shows both the power of devotion and the subtle ways that Maya can trap even advanced souls. Part 5. Sage Narada's Travels. Sage Narada moves freely through all the worlds as God's messenger. He carries his veena and sings the holy names of Lord Vishnu wherever he goes. The sound of his divine music purifies all places he visits. Narada was born from Lord Brahma's mind as one of the great sages, but he was not always devoted to God. In his first birth, he lived as the son of a servant woman. While still a child, he served holy men who came to his village during the rainy season. By serving these saints with a pure heart, he gained their blessings. The holy men taught him about devotion to Lord Vishnu. They showed him how to meditate and chant God's names. When the child tasted the food blessed by these sages, his heart became filled with love for God. From that moment, he desired nothing except to serve the Lord. After that birth ended, Narada was born again as a sage with divine powers. He could travel anywhere in creation instantly. The Lord gave him the special duty of spreading devotion and teaching people about spiritual life. Narada visits kings, demons, gods, and common people. He guides them toward righteous living and love of God. Sometimes he appears to create problems, but his purpose is always to help souls remember their true nature and return to God. When he finds someone suffering, he teaches them to surrender to the Lord. When he meets proud people, he shows them the temporary nature of material success. When he encounters evil beings, he plants seeds of devotion in their hearts that will grow over time. The sage carries messages between different worlds. He informs Vishnu about the troubles on earth. He tells gods about the Lord's plans. He warns demons about the consequences of their actions. He encourages devotees by sharing news of God's mercy. Narada's veena produces sounds that touch the soul directly. His music awakens sleeping devotion in listeners. Even animals and plants respond to his divine songs. The vibrations of his chanting spread peace and spiritual awareness wherever they reach. The sage never stays in one place for long. His mission requires constant movement through creation. He appears whenever souls need guidance toward God. His presence indicates that divine grace is available to all who sincerely seek truth. Narada teaches that devotion is the easiest path to reach God. He shows through his own example that complete surrender brings eternal joy. His life demonstrates that serving God and helping others find God is the highest purpose of existence. Part 6. Prahlad and his faith. In the golden dynasty of demons lived a powerful king named Hiranyakashipu. This king had received great boons from the gods through severe penance. No man, animal, or god could kill him. He could not die inside or outside any building. Neither day nor night could bring his death. No weapon could harm him. These boons made Hiranyakashipu believe he was the supreme ruler of all creation. He demanded that everyone worship him as God. Throughout his kingdom, people were forced to bow before him and call him the ultimate deity. Anyone who refused faced terrible punishment or death. But Hiranyakashipu had a young son named Prahlad. From his earliest days, this boy showed complete devotion to Lord Vishnu. While other children played games, Prahlad would sit quietly and chant the holy names of God. His heart overflowed with pure love for the divine. When the demon king discovered his son's devotion to Vishnu, rage filled his heart. He called Prahlad and said, "Child, I am your God. I am the ruler of all worlds. Why do you worship this Vishnu?" Prahlad replied with respect, "Father, you are my parent and I honor you. But Lord Vishnu is the creator and sustainer of everything. He lives in your heart too. Please worship him and find peace." These words made Hiranyakashipu furious. He ordered his servants to kill the boy. They threw Prahlad from high cliffs, but he landed safely. They put him in rooms full of poisonous snakes, but no harm came to him. Fire could not burn him. Wild elephants could not trample him. Every attempt to hurt the devoted child failed completely. The Demon King's sister tried to poison Prahlad, but the poison turned to nectar in his mouth. Teachers tried to turn his mind away from Vishnu through various lessons, but Prahlad only spoke about God's glory. His faith remained as steady as a mountain. Finally, Hiranyakashipu decided to kill Prahlad himself. He dragged the boy to his royal court and shouted, "Where is your Vishnu now? If he is everywhere as you claim, is he in this pillar?" Prahlad answered calmly, "Yes, Father. The Lord exists in every atom of creation, including that pillar." In rage, Hiranyakashipu struck the pillar with his mace. The pillar cracked open with a tremendous sound that shook the earth and heavens. From within emerged a form that was neither fully man nor fully lion. This was Lord Narasimha, half man and half lion, with blazing eyes and sharp claws. The Demon King realized his end had come, but his pride would not let him surrender. A fierce battle began between them. At twilight, which was neither day nor night, Lord Narasimha caught Hiranyakashipu at the threshold of the court, which was neither inside nor outside, placing the demon on his lap. The Lord tore him apart with his claws, using no weapons. After destroying the evil king, Lord Narasimha's anger remained intense. Even the gods feared to approach him. But little Prahlad walked forward without fear and bowed before the Lord. His innocent devotion cooled the divine anger immediately. Lord Narasimha blessed Prahlad and said, "Dear child, your pure devotion has pleased me greatly. Ask for any boon you desire." Prahlad replied, "My lord, I want nothing for myself. But please forgive my father's sins and grant him a place in your divine realm. Also, bless me that I may always remember you and serve your devotees." The Lord granted these wishes and more. He made Prahlad the ruler of the demon kingdom, but the boy's heart remained focused only on God. Throughout his reign, Prahlad established Dharma and devotion as the highest principles of life. Part 7. King Janaka's Wisdom. King Janaka ruled the kingdom of Mithila with great wisdom and justice. Though he was a powerful king with many duties and responsibilities, his heart remained completely free from attachment to worldly things. Once, a great fire started in the royal palace of Mithila. All the people ran to save their belongings and precious items. But King Janaka stood calmly watching the flames. Someone asked him, "O king, why do you not worry about your palace and treasures burning?" Janaka replied with a peaceful smile, "In all of Mithila, there is nothing that truly belongs to me. If the whole city burns down, I lose nothing of my own. My real treasure is the knowledge of God within my heart. Fire cannot touch that." The king lived his life, performing all his royal duties perfectly. He made fair laws, protected his people, collected taxes, and fought battles when needed. But inside his mind, he knew that he was not the real doer of these actions. He understood that God was working through him. Janaka would say, "I rule this kingdom, but I am not attached to being a ruler. I have wealth, but I do not consider myself wealthy. I have a body, but I know I am not this body. I am the eternal soul that belongs to God alone." Many sages and wise men came to learn from King Janaka. They were amazed that he could live in the palace with all its luxuries and still remain as detached as a monk living in the forest. He showed them that true wisdom does not depend on leaving the world, but on understanding one's real relationship with God. The king taught that every person must do their duty according to their position in life. But while doing these duties, the mind should always remember God. He said, "Work with your hands, but keep your heart with the divine. Fulfill your responsibilities, but know that you are only an instrument in God's plan." King Janaka proved that it is possible to live in the material world and still achieve the highest spiritual goal. His life became an example for all people who have worldly duties but seek God realization. He showed that detachment means doing everything perfectly while remaining free from the desire for results. Part 8. Moral lessons from stories. These stories of great kings and sages teach us 4 main paths to reach God. Each path is important and helps us become better people. First is faith. Faith means trusting God completely, even when things seem impossible. Prahlad had such faith that even when his own father tried to kill him, he never stopped believing in God. He knew that God would protect him. When we have true faith, we are never afraid. We know that God is always with us, watching over us like a loving parent. Faith gives us strength when we are weak and hope when we are sad. Second is righteousness. Righteousness means always doing what is right, no matter how difficult it becomes. King Harishchandra showed us this path. He gave up his kingdom, sold his family, and became a servant. But he never told a lie. Even in his worst suffering, he chose truth over comfort. Righteous people follow Dharma in every situation. They help others, speak truth, and never harm innocent beings. They know that doing right is more important than being comfortable. Third is devotion. Devotion means loving God with our whole heart. Young Dhruva went into the forest and prayed to God with such pure love that God himself appeared before him. Sage Narada traveled everywhere, singing God's names and teaching people how to love the divine. True devotion means thinking of God in happiness and sadness, in good times and bad times. When we have devotion, our heart becomes clean and peaceful. Fourth is renunciation. Renunciation means not being attached to material things. King Bharata ruled wisely, but later gave up everything to focus only on God. King Janaka ruled his kingdom perfectly, but never felt that anything belonged to him. Renunciation does not mean running away from duties. It means doing our work without wanting rewards for ourselves. These 4 qualities work together. Faith gives us courage. Righteousness purifies our actions. Devotion fills our heart with love. Renunciation frees us from selfish desires. When we develop all 4, we become worthy of God's grace. The great souls in these stories faced many tests. Some were threatened by enemies. Others lost their wealth and position. But they never abandoned these 4 principles. Their lives prove that anyone can reach God by following these paths with sincere effort and patience. Chapter 11. Chapter 11. Life and Leelas of Lord Krishna. Part 1. Birth of Krishna. In the city of Mathura, King Kamsa ruled with great fear in his heart. A divine voice had told him that the 8th child of his sister Devaki would kill him. This prophecy filled Kamsa with terror and anger. Devaki was married to Vasudeva, a nobleman of good heart. When Kamsa heard the prophecy, he decided to kill Devaki immediately. But Vasudeva spoke with wisdom and promised that he would bring every child born to Devaki directly to Kamsa. Hearing this promise, Kamsa agreed, but locked both Devaki and Vasudeva in his prison. One by one, as children were born to Devaki, Vasudeva kept his word and brought each child to Kamsa. The cruel king killed 6 children without mercy. The 7th child was transferred by divine power to the womb of Rohini, Vasudeva's other wife, and became known as Balarama. When the time came for the 8th child to be born, all the divine forces of creation prepared for this sacred moment. Lord Vishnu himself had decided to take birth as this child to protect the good and destroy evil from the earth. On a dark night in the month of Bhadrapada, as rain fell heavily and thunder roared, Devaki felt the first signs of birth. At the stroke of midnight, when darkness was complete, the child was born. But this was no ordinary child. The baby appeared first in his divine form with 4 arms, holding the conch, discus, club, and lotus flower. A crown adorned his head, and jewels decorated his body. Divine light filled the prison cell. Devaki and Vasudeva both recognized their child as the Supreme Lord and bowed before him with folded hands. The baby spoke to his parents in a gentle voice. He told them not to fear and explained that he had come to fulfill his promise to protect the righteous. He then asked Vasudeva to take him immediately to Gokul, across the river Yamuna, where Yashoda had just given birth to a daughter. He instructed Vasudeva to exchange the children and bring Yashoda's daughter back to the prison. As soon as the Lord finished speaking, he transformed into an ordinary human baby. At that same moment, all the prison guards fell into deep sleep. The heavy chains on Vasudeva's hands and feet opened by themselves. The iron doors of the prison swung open without sound. Vasudeva placed the baby in a basket and carried him on his head toward the Yamuna River. Though the rain poured down heavily, not a single drop touched the child. The great serpent Shesha spread his multiple heads above them like an umbrella. When Vasudeva reached the Yamuna, the river was flooding with rushing water. But as soon as the baby's feet touched the water, the river immediately became calm and shallow. Vasudeva crossed easily and reached Gokul safely. In Yashoda's house, everyone was sleeping deeply. Vasudeva quietly placed his son next to the sleeping Yashoda and picked up her newborn daughter. He returned to the prison the same way, with all obstacles clearing before him. Part 2. Childhood Miracles and Play. When Yashoda woke up, she found a beautiful baby boy in place of her daughter. She did not know this was Krishna, the divine child. Nanda and all the people of Gokul welcomed the baby with great joy. They celebrated with music and dancing, giving gifts to everyone in the village. As Krishna grew, he began to show many wonderful powers through his playful acts. When he was still crawling, Yashoda would tie him to a heavy wooden grinding stone to keep him from wandering. But little Krishna would drag the entire stone behind him as if it weighed nothing. Once, he crawled between 2 large trees and pulled the grinding stone with such force that both trees fell down. From the fallen trees emerged 2 celestial beings who had been cursed to live as trees. They praised Krishna and returned to their heavenly homes. Krishna loved butter more than anything else. He would climb on the shoulders of his friends to reach pots hanging high on the walls. When Yashoda and other mothers hid the butter pots, Krishna would find clever ways to get them. He would make holes in the pots from underneath, letting the butter drip into his mouth. Sometimes he would break the pots and share the butter with monkeys. When the mothers complained to Yashoda, she could hardly believe that her small child could reach such high places. The butter stealing became so famous that mothers would call Krishna by the name Makan Chor, which means butter thief. But even when they pretended to be angry, they loved watching his sweet tricks. Krishna would make innocent faces and deny everything, even when butter covered his hands and face. One day, a playmate told Yashoda that Krishna had eaten mud. When she asked him to open his mouth, Krishna showed her the entire universe inside. She saw all the worlds, stars, gods, and everything that exists. Yashoda became frightened and confused. Krishna then made her forget this vision and become his simple, loving mother again. The most amazing miracle happened when Krishna was 7 years old. The people of Gokul worshipped the rain god Indra every year, but Krishna told them to worship Govardhan Hill instead, which gave them grass for their cows and water for their needs. This made Indra very angry. He sent terrible rains and storms to destroy Gokul. The people ran to Krishna for help. The small boy simply walked to Govardhan Hill and lifted the entire mountain on his little finger like an umbrella. All the people and their cows took shelter under the hill for 7 days and nights. Krishna held the mountain steady without any effort, smiling and talking with everyone. Finally, Indra realized that Krishna was not an ordinary child, but God himself. The rain stopped, and Krishna gently placed the mountain back in its place. Part 3. Defeating Demons. Even as a young boy, Krishna faced many dangers. King Kamsa, who ruled Mathura, had heard that this special child would one day destroy him. The evil king was filled with fear and anger. He decided to kill Krishna before the boy could grow stronger. Kamsa sent terrible demons to Gokul to find and kill Krishna. These demons could change their shapes and appear as ordinary people or animals. But they were full of hatred and wanted only to harm the divine child. The first demon was Putana. She came disguised as a beautiful woman with poison on her breasts. She went from house to house, pretending to be a loving nurse who wanted to feed babies. When she reached Krishna's home, she picked up the baby and tried to feed him her poisoned milk. But Krishna was not fooled. He sucked so hard that he drained not only the poison, but also her life force. The demon screamed and fell dead, revealing her true horrible form. Another demon called Trinavarta came as a whirlwind. He swept up baby Krishna in a dust storm, spinning him high into the sky. The demon thought he could drop the child and kill him. But Krishna became so heavy that Trinavarta could not carry him anymore. The demon crashed to the ground and died, while Krishna floated safely down to his mother's arms. Kamsa also sent Aghasura, a giant demon who could become a huge snake. This demon opened his mouth like a cave near the place where Krishna played with his friends. The cowherd boys thought it was an interesting cave and ran inside to explore. Krishna knew it was a trap, but he followed his friends to protect them. Once inside the demon's mouth, Krishna grew larger and larger until he choked the demon to death. All the boys came out safely, laughing and playing as if nothing had happened. Each time a demon came to kill him, Krishna defeated them easily. He was always calm and smiling, as if he was just playing games. The people of Gokul began to understand that their beloved child was no ordinary boy. He was protected by divine power, and no evil force could harm him. Word spread that every demon sent by Kamsa had failed. Some died, others fled in terror. Krishna continued to live happily among the cowherds, growing stronger each day. His divine nature showed itself through these victories, proving that good always defeats evil. Part 4. Friendship with the Cowherds. After showing his divine powers by defeating the demons, Krishna spent his days playing with the cowherd boys and girls in Vrindavan. They did not see him as a god who could destroy evil beings. To them, he was simply their dearest friend who loved to play and laugh. Every morning, Krishna would wake up early and go to the pastures with his friends. They would take their cows to graze in the green fields. The boys would compete to see who could run fastest, who could climb trees best, and who could make the loudest sounds with their flutes. Krishna always joined these games with great joy. The cowherd boys loved Krishna more than anyone else. They would fight to walk next to him. They wanted to hold his hand and share their food with him. When they played games, everyone wanted Krishna on their team. If someone fell down while running, Krishna would help them up and dust off their clothes. Krishna knew the name of every cow and calf. He would call them with sweet sounds, and they would come running to him. The cows loved Krishna so much that they would lick his face and follow him everywhere. Even the birds would sing more sweetly when Krishna passed by. The gopis, the young cowherd girls, also loved Krishna deeply. They would watch him from their windows as he played in the streets. When Krishna played his flute, they would stop all their work just to listen. The sound of his flute made their hearts fill with happiness. Sometimes Krishna would hide from the gopis, and they would search for him everywhere. When they found him, they would laugh and scold him gently. The gopis would bring him fresh butter, milk, and sweets. They treated him like their own little brother, always worried that he might get hurt while playing. In the evenings, all the children would sit together under big trees. They would tell stories, sing songs, and share the food their mothers had packed for them. Krishna would make everyone laugh with his funny jokes and playful tricks. The simple life in Vrindavan was full of pure love and joy. No one worried about anything except playing together and taking care of their cows. Krishna showed that the most divine life is one filled with innocent friendship, love for all living beings, and happiness in simple pleasures. This was Krishna's way of teaching that God lives closest to those who have pure hearts and simple lives. Part 5. Krishna and Radha. In the beautiful land of Vrindavan, there lived a young woman named Radha. She was the most devoted and pure soul among all the village girls. Her love for Krishna was different from all others. It was not the love of the body or mind, but the love of the soul for God. Radha and Krishna would meet in the forests and by the river Yamuna. Their love was perfect and divine. When Radha looked at Krishna, she saw not just a cowherd boy, but the Supreme Lord himself. When Krishna looked at Radha, he saw the perfect devotee, one whose heart belonged completely to God. The other village girls would watch them together and feel blessed. Radha's love for Krishna was so pure that it made everyone around her want to love God more. She never asked Krishna for anything except his presence. She did not want wealth, comfort, or even heaven. She only wanted to serve Krishna and be near him always. Sometimes Krishna would play his flute by the river, and Radha would listen with tears of joy in her eyes. The music would fill her heart completely. She would forget about everything else in the world. Food, sleep, and daily work meant nothing to her when she heard Krishna's flute. Radha taught everyone what true devotion looks like. She showed that when we love God with our whole heart, we become free from all selfish desires. Her love was not about getting something from Krishna. It was about giving everything to him. The bond between Radha and Krishna shows us the highest form of spiritual love. Radha represents the soul that seeks God, and Krishna represents God who loves his devotees. Their divine play teaches us that the soul finds its greatest happiness when it loves God without any conditions. When devotees remember Radha and Krishna together, their hearts become filled with divine love. This love removes all fear, anger, and sadness from the heart. It brings only peace and joy. Radha's complete surrender to Krishna became an example for all future devotees. She showed that true spiritual life means giving our heart entirely to God, holding nothing back for ourselves. Part 6. Teaching the Bhagavad Gita. On the great battlefield of Kurukshetra, Prince Arjuna saw his relatives, teachers, and friends standing ready to fight against him. His heart filled with sorrow and confusion. He put down his bow and arrows and refused to fight. At this moment, Lord Krishna spoke the sacred teachings that would guide all people for all time. Krishna said to Arjuna, "Why do you feel sad about something that should not make you sad? Wise people do not grieve for the living or the dead. The soul inside every body never dies. Just as a person puts on new clothes and throws away old ones, the soul leaves old bodies and takes new ones. The soul cannot be cut by weapons. Fire cannot burn it. Water cannot make it wet. Wind cannot dry it. The soul has always existed and will always exist. It has no beginning and no end. When you know this truth, you will not feel sad about death." Krishna taught Arjuna about duty. You are a warrior. It is your duty to fight for what is right. If you fight without thinking about winning or losing, without wanting reward, you will be free from sin. Work without being attached to the results of your work. This is the path to wisdom. There are many ways to reach God. Some people pray and worship. Some people gain knowledge through study. Some people serve others without thinking of themselves. All these paths lead to the same goal when done with a pure heart. Krishna explained the nature of God. I am in all things, and all things are in me. I am the light in the sun and moon. I am the sound in space. I am the ability in humans. I am the sweet smell in earth. I never take birth like ordinary people, but I come to earth whenever goodness decreases and evil increases. Those who remember me at the time of death will come to me. Whatever you think about at your last moment, that you will become. Therefore, always remember me and do your duty. Offer all your actions to me. Make me your highest goal. Among all the ways to worship me, the best way is love and devotion. I accept even a leaf, flower, fruit, or water when offered with love. I am equally present in all beings, but those who worship me with devotion live in me, and I live in them. Through these teachings, Krishna removed Arjuna's confusion and filled his heart with wisdom and courage to fulfill his righteous duty. Part 7. Political and Diplomatic Roles. After the great war at Kurukshetra, Krishna returned to his golden city of Dwarka. There, he ruled as a wise king, showing the world how to govern with dharma and justice. The people of Dwarka lived in peace and happiness under his rule. Krishna was not just a spiritual teacher, but also a skilled ruler who understood the ways of politics and diplomacy. He knew when to be gentle and when to be firm. He treated all his subjects with equal love, whether they were rich or poor, young or old. Many kings and princes from distant lands would come to Dwarka, seeking Krishna's advice on matters of state. They knew that his wisdom could solve even the most difficult problems. Krishna would listen to them with patience and give counsel that always led to peace and prosperity. When disputes arose between kingdoms, Krishna often served as a mediator. He had the rare gift of seeing all sides of a problem and finding solutions that satisfied everyone. His words carried such power that even enemies would lay down their weapons and make peace after hearing him speak. Krishna also maintained a strong army to protect his people and his allies. He was a master strategist who could win battles through intelligence rather than force alone. He preferred to avoid war when possible, but when dharma was threatened, he would not hesitate to fight. The city of Dwarka itself was a marvel of good governance. The streets were clean, the markets were fair, and crime was almost unknown. Krishna had created systems that ensured justice for all. No one went hungry in his kingdom, and the arts and learning flourished under his patronage. Krishna's court was filled with wise ministers and advisors, but he made all important decisions himself after careful thought and prayer. He would often spend hours in meditation before making choices that affected his people's welfare. Foreign ambassadors respected Krishna's diplomatic skills. He could negotiate treaties that benefited all parties and create alliances that lasted for generations. His reputation for honesty and fairness spread far beyond Dwarka's borders. Even as a king, Krishna never forgot his divine purpose. He used his political power to protect the righteous and ensure that dharma prevailed throughout the land. His rule became an example for future kings of how divine wisdom could be applied to earthly governance. Part 8. Krishna's Final Departure. Krishna knew his time on earth was reaching its end. The great war at Kurukshetra had finished many years before. The Pandavas had ruled well, but now they too were growing old and preparing to leave this world. Krishna had completed his divine purpose. He had protected the righteous, defeated evil forces, and shared sacred wisdom with humanity. The teachings he gave to Arjuna would guide people for thousands of years to come. His earthly mission was fulfilled. One day, Krishna gathered his family and closest friends in Dwarka. He spoke to them gently about what was to come. "The time has arrived for me to return to my eternal realm," he said. "Do not grieve when this happens. Know that I will always be with those who remember me with pure hearts." His mother Devaki wept when she heard these words. His beloved wives and children surrounded him, wanting to spend every moment they could in his presence. The people of Dwarka felt a deep sadness settling over their city. Krishna spent his final days visiting the sacred places of his youth. He walked through the forests where he had played as a child. He sat by the river where he had danced with the gopis. He climbed the hill he had lifted to protect the villagers from the great storm. As he wandered in the forest one afternoon, Krishna sat beneath a large tree to rest. He was in deep meditation, his mind focused on the supreme divine truth. His body glowed with a gentle light that seemed to come from within. A hunter named Jara was moving through the forest, searching for deer. From a distance, he saw what appeared to be a golden deer resting beneath the tree. Without looking carefully, he shot an arrow toward the gleaming form. The arrow struck Krishna's foot. When the hunter came closer, he realized his terrible mistake. Before him sat not a deer, but the divine Lord Krishna himself. The hunter fell to his knees, trembling with fear and sorrow. Krishna opened his eyes and looked at the hunter with complete compassion. "Do not fear," Krishna said softly. "This had to happen. You have simply played your part in the divine plan." As Krishna spoke these words, his earthly form began to fade. A brilliant light surrounded him, growing brighter and brighter. A hunter watched in wonder as Krishna's spirit rose upward, returning to the heavenly realm from which he had come. The physical body of Krishna lay peacefully beneath the tree, but his divine essence had departed. When word reached Dwarka, the entire city mourned. Yet those who truly understood knew that Krishna had not died. He had simply completed his earthly mission and returned home. The age of Krishna's direct presence on earth had ended. But his teachings and love would remain forever. Chapter 12. Chapter 12. Kamsa's plot to kill Krishna. Part 1. Kamsa's fear and paranoia. When King Kamsa heard the divine voice speak from the sky, his heart filled with terror. The voice had told him clearly that the 8th child of his sister Devaki would kill him. This prophecy burned in his mind day and night, giving him no peace. Kamsa could not sleep. Every sound made him jump with fear. He would wake up screaming, seeing dreams of his own death. The words of the prophecy echoed in his ears constantly. He became suspicious of everyone around him, thinking they might be plotting against him. His ministers noticed how their king had changed. Kamsa would pace his palace halls at night, his eyes wild with worry. He would ask his guards again and again if they had seen anything strange. The fear ate away at his mind like poison. Kamsa began to see danger everywhere. When servants brought him food, he wondered if they were trying to poison him. When his advisors gave him counsel, he questioned their loyalty. The prophecy had made him doubt every person in his kingdom. He gathered his most trusted demons and wicked friends. To them he spoke his fears openly. They were creatures like himself, beings who lived by cruelty and violence. Kamsa told them about the divine voice and the promise of his death. These demons laughed at first, but when they saw how serious their king was, they too became worried. If Kamsa died, they would lose their power and protection. They needed him to stay alive so they could continue their evil ways. Kamsa spoke to them with a shaking voice. He said the 8th child of Devaki would be born with divine power. This child would grow up to destroy him and all his followers. The very thought made him tremble with rage and fear. His demon friends advised him to kill all children who might pose a threat. They suggested killing every newborn boy in the kingdom. But Kamsa knew this would not be enough. The prophecy was specific about Devaki's 8th child. Day after day, Kamsa's fear grew stronger. He could not eat properly or govern his kingdom well. All his thoughts centered on this future child who would end his life. The prophecy had become his greatest enemy. Even though the child was not yet born, he began to make plans. If he could not prevent the birth, he would make sure the child died quickly. Kamsa's mind worked constantly, thinking of ways to defeat fate itself. But deep in his heart, he knew that divine will could not be stopped by human schemes. Part 2. Attempts to kill Krishna. Kamsa's fear turned into desperate action. He called his most trusted servants and gave them terrible orders. He commanded them to kill all newborn babies in Mathura and the surrounding villages. If Devaki's 8th child would destroy him, then he would destroy all children who might be that prophesied one. The king's soldiers went from house to house. They searched for babies and killed them without mercy. Mothers cried and fathers begged, but Kamsa's men showed no kindness. The streets filled with sorrow as innocent lives were taken away. Yet Kamsa felt this was the only way to save himself from the prophecy. But the divine child had already been born and moved to safety in Gokula. Kamsa did not know that Krishna was living peacefully with Nanda and Yashoda. The king continued his cruel search, thinking the child was still hidden somewhere in his kingdom. Kamsa then sent demons to find and kill Krishna. He called upon Putana, a terrible demoness who could take the form of a beautiful woman. He ordered her to go to all villages and poison any baby boy she found. Putana agreed and flew through the skies, searching for the divine child. The demon woman came to Gokula disguised as a lovely mother. She asked to hold baby Krishna and feed him milk. But her milk was full of deadly poison. When she placed Krishna to her breast, the divine child began to drink. Instead of dying from the poison, Krishna drank her life force itself. Putana screamed and revealed her true, terrible form before falling dead. Next, Kamsa sent the demon Shakatasura. This demon took the form of a large cart and waited near where Krishna played. When the baby kicked his small feet while lying under the cart, it broke into pieces. The demon inside was destroyed by the simple touch of Krishna's foot. Another demon named Trinavarta came as a whirlwind. He swept up baby Krishna high into the air, hoping to drop him and kill him. But Krishna became so heavy that the demon could not carry him. Trinavarta fell from the sky and died, while Krishna floated gently back to his mother's arms. Each time Kamsa sent a demon, that demon was destroyed by Krishna's divine power. The baby seemed like an ordinary child, but he possessed the strength of the Supreme Lord. Kamsa's fear grew greater with each failed attempt. He realized that no ordinary child could defeat his most powerful demons. This made him more certain that Krishna was indeed the child from the prophecy, and his desperation increased even more. Part 3. Krishna's divine protection. When Kamsa heard of each demon's death, his anger burned like fire. He could not understand how a small child could destroy his mightiest warriors. But Krishna's divine nature protected him from every danger. One day, a cart filled with heavy pots stood near baby Krishna. The cart was possessed by an evil spirit sent by Kamsa to crush the child. As Krishna lay beneath it, he simply kicked the cart with his tiny feet. The massive cart broke into pieces, and the demon died instantly. Everyone wondered how such a small baby could have such strength. Another time, a terrible storm came to Gokula. The winds were so strong they could uproot trees. This was no ordinary storm, but another of Kamsa's magical attacks. Baby Krishna remained calm and peaceful, while everyone else feared for their lives. The storm passed without harming him, as if an invisible shield surrounded the divine child. When Krishna grew a little older, Kamsa sent the demon Bakasura, who took the form of a giant crane. This demon could swallow whole cows with his enormous beak. When he tried to swallow Krishna, the child simply grabbed the demon's beak with his hands and tore it apart. The mighty Bakasura fell dead on the spot. The demon Agasura came disguised as a huge python. His mouth was so wide it looked like a cave. All the cowherd boys, including Krishna, walked into the demon's mouth, thinking it was a place to play. But Krishna expanded his body inside the python until the demon suffocated and died. All the boys came out safely, laughing and playing as if nothing had happened. Each time danger came near Krishna, divine power flowed through him naturally. He did not struggle or show fear. His protection came from within his own divine nature, not from any external force. The Supreme Lord had taken the form of this child, and no evil could truly harm him. The people of Gokula saw these miracles, but thought Krishna was just a very special and lucky child. They did not fully understand that the Supreme Being himself lived among them. Yashoda and Nanda loved him as their son, never knowing they were caring for the Lord of all creation. With each failed attempt, Kamsa's fear grew deeper. He began to realize that ordinary weapons and demons would never succeed against this child. His heart filled with dread as he understood that his death was approaching, just as the prophecy had warned. Part 4. Kamsa's tyranny in Mathura. Kamsa's rule over Mathura grew more cruel with each passing day. His fear of the prophecy made him suspicious of everyone around him. He saw enemies in every shadow and danger in every child's smile. The once peaceful city became a place of terror and sorrow. The king ordered his soldiers to search every house in Mathura. They looked for any child who might be the eighth son meant to kill him. Innocent families lived in constant fear. Parents hid their children and prayed for safety. Many fled their homes in the middle of the night, leaving behind everything they had built over generations. Kamsa's soldiers patrolled the streets with drawn swords. They questioned everyone who passed by. Markets that once buzzed with happy voices became quiet and empty. Merchants feared to trade freely. Children could not play in the open spaces. The sound of laughter disappeared from the city. The king imposed heavy taxes on his people to fund his search for Krishna. Families who could barely feed themselves had to give their last coins to the royal treasury. Those who could not pay faced imprisonment or worse punishments. The poor became poorer, while Kamsa spent their money on weapons and more soldiers. Religious festivals and celebrations were banned. Kamsa feared that people might gather and plot against him. Temples were watched closely. Priests who spoke of hope and divine protection were arrested. The people could not even pray openly for their suffering to end. Old people remembered the days when Kamsa's father ruled with kindness. They whispered among themselves about how different life had been. But even these quiet conversations were dangerous. Kamsa had spies everywhere who reported back to him about anything that sounded like dissent. The royal court became a place of fear rather than justice. Ministers and advisors spoke only words that pleased the king. Those who tried to counsel wisdom or mercy found themselves thrown in prison or banished from the kingdom. Truth became a luxury that no one could afford to speak. Kamsa's own family members lived in terror of his changing moods. His wife rarely spoke in his presence. His servants moved like shadows, afraid that any small mistake might cost them their lives. The palace that should have been filled with joy became as silent as a tomb. The people prayed silently for someone to save them from this darkness. They hoped that somewhere, somehow, their suffering would end. Little did they know that their salvation was growing up in the peaceful village of Gokula, protected by love and divine grace. Part 5. Role of devotees and allies. While Krishna grew in safety among the cowherd families, he was never alone in his divine mission. The Supreme Lord had arranged for many devoted souls to assist him in his earthly work. These helpers came in different forms: wise sages, loyal friends, and faithful servants who recognized his true nature. The great sage Garga visited Nanda and Yashoda when Krishna was still a small child. This learned man performed the naming ceremony and secretly revealed to Nanda that this child was no ordinary boy. He advised them to keep Krishna's true identity hidden from those who might harm him. Garga's blessing and guidance help the family understand how to protect their precious child. In the forest, Krishna met many holy men who lived simple lives devoted to God. These sages immediately saw his divine light and offered their prayers and protection. They would warn Nanda whenever danger approached from Mathura. Their pure hearts could sense Kamsa's evil plans before his demons arrived in Gokula. Krishna's dearest friend was Sudama, a Brahmin boy who loved him with all his heart. Though they came from different backgrounds, their friendship was pure and strong. Sudama and other cowherd boys would play with Krishna, but they also formed a circle of protection around him. When demons came disguised as playmates or animals, these faithful friends would call for help or run to bring the adults. The elderly women of Gokula treated Krishna as their own grandson. They would take turns watching over him and the other children. Their motherly love created a web of care that kept evil forces at bay. These simple village women possessed the power of pure devotion, which was stronger than any weapon Kamsa could send. Even the animals of Vrindavan served Krishna in their own way. The cows would surround him when danger was near. The peacocks would cry out warnings. The trees would bend their branches to shelter him from harsh sun or rain. All of nature recognized its creator and offered protection. The river Yamuna herself was Krishna's ally. Her gentle waters would calm during storms when Krishna played near her banks. She provided a safe place for him to swim and sport with his friends. The river goddess knew that she was blessed to have the Supreme Lord walk along her shores. Most importantly, Krishna had the constant protection of his divine parents, Vasudeva and Devaki, who prayed for his safety from their prison cell. Though they could not be with him physically, their parental love reached across the distance to shield him from harm. All these devotees worked together, guided by divine will, to ensure that Krishna would grow safely until the time came for him to face Kamsa directly. Their combined love and devotion created an invisible fortress around the young Lord that no evil could penetrate. Part 6. Kamsa's Demise. Now the time had come for Krishna to face Kamsa. The Lord had grown to be a strong young man, full of divine power. All of Kamsa's evil plans had failed. The wicked king could no longer escape what the voice from heaven had told him long ago. Kamsa decided to invite Krishna and his brother Balarama to Mathura for a great wrestling match. This would be his final chance to kill Krishna. He sent his messenger to Vrindavan with sweet words, asking the two brothers to come and take part in the games. But his heart was full of darkness and murder. Krishna knew this was a trap, yet he agreed to come. The time for his mission on earth had arrived. He would free his parents from prison and rid the world of this cruel king. With Balarama by his side, Krishna left the peaceful village where he had grown up and traveled to the great city of Mathura. When they reached the wrestling ground, thousands of people had gathered to watch. Kamsa sat on his royal throne, surrounded by his soldiers and supporters. His face showed both fear and hope as he looked at the young Krishna approaching. The king had arranged for his strongest wrestlers to fight Krishna and Balarama. These were not ordinary men, but giants who could crush anyone with their bare hands. First came Chanura, a wrestler so powerful that even elephants feared him. Krishna stepped forward to meet this challenge. The crowd watched in silence as the young cowherd boy faced the mighty warrior. Chanura grabbed Krishna with his huge arms, trying to crush the life out of him. But Krishna was no ordinary boy. With one swift movement, he lifted the giant wrestler high above his head and threw him to the ground. Chanura's body hit the earth with such force that his life left him instantly. Next came Mushtika to fight Balarama. The same fate awaited him. Balarama, with his divine strength, defeated the giant wrestler as easily as a child breaks a toy. Now Kamsa's face turned white with terror. He realized that all the stories were true. This was indeed the child the prophecy had spoken about. His death had come to find him. Krishna looked directly at his uncle, and spoke in a voice that filled the entire arena. He told Kamsa that his time of evil was over. The people he had tortured would suffer no more. Before Kamsa could call for his guards or try to escape, Krishna leaped toward the royal platform. With his divine hands, he grabbed the tyrant king and threw him down from his throne. Kamsa's life ended in that very moment, just as the heavenly voice had promised many years before. The people of Mathura cried out in joy. Their long nightmare was finally over. Krishna immediately went to the prison where his real parents, Vasudeva and Devaki, had been kept in chains all these years. He touched their feet with great respect and love, asking for their blessings and forgiveness for all the pain they had suffered because of him. Part 7. Restoration of Dharma. With Kamsa gone, the terrible darkness that had covered Mathura began to lift. Krishna released Vasudeva and Devaki from their long imprisonment. He also freed his grandfather Ugrasena, who was the rightful king before Kamsa had stolen the throne. Krishna placed Ugrasena back on the royal seat with great honor. The old king wept with joy as he looked upon his divine grandson. The people gathered in the palace courtyards and streets, celebrating their freedom after years of fear and suffering. All the innocent people whom Kamsa had thrown in prison were set free. Families were brought together again. Mothers found their lost children. Fathers returned to their homes. The sound of weeping changed to sounds of happiness and praise. Krishna spoke to the people with kindness. He told them that Dharma would rule their land once more. Truth would be honored. The weak would be protected. The hungry would be fed. Justice would flow like a clean river through every corner of the kingdom. The palace that had been a place of cruelty became a place of mercy. The guards who had served evil were replaced with good men who served the people. The royal treasury that Kamsa had used for his own pleasure was opened to help those in need. Sages and holy men returned to Mathura without fear. They had fled during Kamsa's rule because he hated all good things. Now they came back to teach wisdom and perform sacred rituals. The temples that had been closed were opened again. The sound of prayers and holy songs filled the air. Krishna made sure that every wrong done by Kamsa was made right. Those who had lost their property got it back. Those who had been falsely accused were declared innocent. Widows and orphans were given care and protection. The farmers could work their fields in peace. The merchants could trade without fear of being robbed. Children could play in the streets without danger. Old people could walk safely, knowing that good ruled over evil. Divine order was restored to the world. The earth itself seemed to rejoice. Rains came at the right time. Crops grew strong and healthy. Animals grazed peacefully in green pastures. Rivers flowed clear and pure. This is how Krishna, even as a young man, showed that he was the protector of Dharma. Where there had been chaos, he brought peace. Where there had been fear, he brought safety. Where there had been hatred, he brought love. The divine will had been fulfilled, and righteousness ruled once more. Part 8. Spiritual Teachings. When Krishna began showing his divine powers, news reached Kamsa in his palace. Fear filled his heart. He remembered the warning words that had haunted him since Krishna's birth. The child who would cause his death was growing stronger each day. This knowledge made Kamsa's mind restless and filled with dark thoughts. Kamsa understood that his fate was already written. No king, no matter how powerful, can change what God has planned. But he was too proud to accept this truth. He believed his strength and cunning could defeat even divine will. This false belief led him down a path of great sin. The wise know that destiny cannot be escaped. What God decides will happen, no force in the three worlds can stop. Kamsa tried to fight against this eternal law. He sent demon after demon to kill Krishna. Each attempt failed. Each failure made his fear grow larger. Krishna escaped every trap, not by chance, but because divine protection surrounded him always. When God wants to protect someone, no weapon can harm them. When God wants to save a life, no enemy can take it away. This is the power of divine will working in the world. Kamsa's actions teach us about the nature of justice. Those who do wrong cannot find peace, even when they have great wealth and power. Fear becomes their constant companion. They see enemies everywhere. They cannot trust anyone. This is how sin punishes the sinner. The king also shows us what happens when pride blinds our eyes. Kamsa knew Krishna was divine. He saw the miracles. He heard the prophecies. But his pride would not let him surrender. Pride makes even the intelligent act like fools. It makes the strong become weak. Divine justice works in ways we cannot always see. Sometimes it comes quickly. Sometimes it waits. But it always comes. Those who harm the innocent will face the results of their actions. Those who protect the good will receive blessings. This is the eternal law that governs all creation. Kamsa's story reminds us that fighting against God's plan brings only suffering. When we accept divine will with a peaceful heart, we find true happiness. When we resist it with anger and fear, we create our own punishment. The Lord protects those who love Him. He removes obstacles from their path. He turns their enemies into stepping stones. This protection comes not from our own strength, but from our faith and devotion. Krishna's safety in childhood shows this truth clearly. Justice may seem delayed, but it is never denied. The divine plan unfolds in perfect time. What appears as evil winning is only a temporary shadow. Light always defeats darkness in the end.